Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Morning, morning. Oh, you guys are very punctual. Now I start 2 minutes earlier. Morning, morning. Hello, hello. You guys can hear me, right? Anyone still eating their breakfast? Morning. Morning, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. So we just wait for another 1 or 2 minutes like that, and then we'll start right away. So just a heads up, because even though the time here stated until 11 a.m. but probably I will exceed the time until 12 something. So so brace yourself for a very long session today. Okay, so yeah, even though it says 2 hours, but because today we'll be taking a very casual mode, means if you have any questions, you can just directly let us in the chat there, and then I will answer it along the way. So you don't have to worry about have to wait until Q&A session, then only I will give you chance to answer and all that, because this is live, right? So we don't want to make it so serious. Just make it very casual, and then we just talk like chit chat lah. And then the things that I'll be sharing today is about e-invoice. 太小声了. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Can you hear me now? If the sound is really very very faint, you let me know. Hello, hello. How about now? Is it okay now? All right, all right. Thank you. So the 903 already. All right, thank you, thank you. Good, good, good. I will just keep it like this. Okay, so today we'll talk about e-invoice. And then we will just go through what is e-invoice is about. And then after that, we will share some features that we will have in our e-invoice module. Hey, speaking about that, can I know how many of you here are actually Q&E users? I didn't go through all the registrant list there lah, so I'm not really sure how many of you are actually Q&E users. You're using Q&E product now. Can I know how many of you are actually using? You are. Oh, hi, 13 May. Here. Okay, hello, hello. All right, CT2, Esther. So you guys are actually using the Windows application, right? The Optimum. Yes, Optimum. Anyone using Q&E AI Cloud Counting, our new product? Hello, hello. And me, Dora. You, Leong also. At 3, you have 3 license, is it? Oh, hello, hello. Okay, okay. Optimum also. Okay, good, good, good. Hello, hello, hello. Morning, good morning. Okay, so if you are using Optimum or Q&E Air Cloud Counting, the features that we'll be sharing later will apply in both application, both product. But then some of them will need cloud solutions. But then basically the features that I'll be sharing later will apply to both products. So don't worry about the features that I'm sharing. But why Q&E I have but Optimum don't have, and things like that. Okay, so don't worry about that. And then after that, we'll be sharing about our Q&E Air Cloud Counting, which is our new product. Just to let you know, yes. Yes. When it will be complaint, not you mean compliant, is it? I will be e-invoice compliant. Actually, we are developing a version already. So the arrangement for Optimum is like this, because we need to upgrade our Optimum, right? You know, when you're using Windows accounting software, definitely you need to upgrade. So we will arrange two upgrade session. The first will be just around this month. I think some of you already received the survey form asking when is you starting to have e-invoice and so on. So just answer the survey and then we'll arrange our support to actually contact you to do the upgrade. So the first session, the first upgrade version will include all the e-invoice require fields and all that. We want to prepare you first for this version, in this version. And then after that, so those of you that haven't upgraded for a very long time, like 2019 and so on, take this chance to upgrade it in this version first. Yes, KQNE Business Solution. And then after that, before I think around June or July, we will have another second upgrade, which will include the e-invoice version. I'm not really sure the exact date of allowed to upgrade or the version release, where to get the survey form. I'm not really sure how they send now, but I think they already started to send out to our users. Okay, so Q&A Optimum will comply with e-invoice. That is definitely one. But if you are still using Q&A Delphi, the old one with a blue color icon, that one is not compliant with e-invoice. You will have to upgrade to Optimum. Okay, so let's not waste any more time. Where to get the survey form? Let me just check if our team how they actually arrange the Q&A business solution, which I think Delphi and also Optima also name the same also Q&A business solution. So which one is it? Is it Optima, the one with yellow icon, or the one that you can see here? Oh my God, my logo is terbalik. Hold on. Let me just unmirror myself. All right. Okay, so if you can see my, hold on, let me just turn. Okay, here. If you can see the icon here, you can see, sorry, this one. This is the Q&A Optimum logo that you will see. But then if you are using the old version will be a blue color one. So it's a different version. It's a different product. So if you are not using this, so please contact our salesperson and that you know of to hear what we have for you lah. Okay, so I will start with the product things. Okay, so let me just continue with our session today about e-invoice. AI and cloud. So we're actually focusing on that. So today about e-invoice, just a survey. Any one of you here actually actually heard anything about e-invoice before? I mean, you go to the seminar, you go to webinar and so on, and then you actually have certain knowledge about e-invoice already. Anyone? Or anyone is never heard of e-invoice before? Not yet. Okay. All right, so let's just go through very basic things about this. Why e-invoice? This one is definitely what people will actually go and ask. Suddenly why government want to implement these e-invoice things to okay, 2015745. That's definitely Delphi lah. Okay, so later on we will have a survey form. Jen link. I think you can actually fill in the form later, and then we will contact you whether you need to upgrade to Optimum or Q&A Cloud Accounting, depending on your requirement. All right, so why e-invoice? So definitely is because they want to enhance their tax administration management, digitalizing the tax administration. So this is old saying. They want to make everything very, very advanced. They want to manage their tax administration using AI, using all the big data. So that to do what? To actually maximize their tax collection. So definitely who will be the first that they will actually target this this tax collection, of course, is the business in Malaysia. Definitely one, because business is the one that is earning money. So of course, the tax collection, the big part of tax collection of Malaysia coming from business, other than all of us are working people lah. And then digitalize the tax administration. This is also old saying. Previous years, we heard about MDEC, everything. They actually have a lot of initiative to actually emphasize, to actually encourage all the businesses to go digital. So this is actually aligned with what they are trying to achieve lah. So digitalizing all the tax administration, meaning what? Meaning all their data will be very transparent. The data are all in very pretty columns, and then they can do all the calculation and all that. So digitalizing this data will actually give the department a very easy way to actually see what is happening of all these taxpayers. What is their earning, what is their expenses, and so on. So what happens when they have all this data? Now they are very efficient already. They are definitely the most efficient department in Malaysia lah. And then with all this data on hand, they can check more company. Of course, the effect will actually applies to a bigger group, not just the current group that they are checking now, even more. So that's why when e-invoice is actually implementing, a lot of MSMEs, SMEs, they will definitely be one of the group that will be affected by this. They will need to comply with e-invoice, that's one thing. And then their data will be captured by the department also. So from there, they will actually see the whole ecosystem in Malaysia, the business ecosystem, where they buy the goods, how much they buy the goods, how much they sold, how much they earn, and so on, and plus. So that's why they need to apply this to every business owners in Malaysia, not just companies, not just certain group. If not, the cycle won't be what do you call that? A complete lah. Okay, so beside this, I think I go too far. So beside this, coming back, they will have a lot of offenses. So if you're not complying with e-invoice, these are the penalty that they have in store for all of us. Okay, so the first thing, if you fail to submit e-invoice, if you fail to supply who is the supplier in your self-bill e-invoice, and also if you fail to submit a consolidated e-invoice. So in e-invoice, there are actually 3 types of e-invoice that are in Malaysia's e-invoice. So the first one is a normal standard e-invoice, which means that we will know who is our supplier, who is our buyers, and then LHDN will identify both parties using their TIN number. TIN number is your tax identifier number, or also your income tax number. Okay, so from there, that's one thing. So they will issue an e-invoice for the transaction that they have. So that is the first very standard e-invoice. That's what they call e-invoice. And then the second type of e-invoice that they have is what they call a self-bill e-invoice. So self-bill e-invoice is actually, like the name suggested, we have to self-bill ourselves. In what circumstances? In certain circumstances where the supplier, you remember invoice is issued by the supplier, where the supplier cannot issue you a Malaysia e-invoice. So in that case, this is still a valid transaction. You still want to make sure that your tax is, your expenses that you spend is tax deductible. So in that case, how do you do that? You don't have any validated supplier e-invoice. You cannot get from your supplier because your supplier maybe is an individual taxpayers. For example, you hire a part-timers to clean your office area. So in that case, the auntie cannot actually cannot issue you any invoice, but she's still your supplier in a sense. So in that case, you will need to do a self-bill e-invoice to actually capture these expenses as a validated e-invoice. That's what they call a self-bill e-invoice. So the offenses here doesn't say if you did not submit your self-bill e-invoice, but instead it says that your supplier, you have to make sure that the supplier that you mentioned here are actually a real person. You cannot just make up a supplier and then issue a self-bill e-invoice to you. It doesn't work like that. So that's one offenses. And then failure for consolidated, the third e-invoice type, which is a consolidated e-invoice, is for those much more applicable to retail restaurants. Those always applies to I'll answer your questions later. I saw your question, Esther and Anthony. I will go into that later. So consolidated more to retail restaurant. Those they are dealing with these consumers that comes and go, like walk in. They comes and then they say, oh, I don't really need an e-invoice because it's for my own purposes. I didn't claim for my company and so on. So it's not for tax purposes. You then have to issue an e-invoice to them. But then for the restaurant or the retail, restaurant and retail is only one of the example. It applies to everyone actually. Okay, so restaurant and retail still need to report their income using consolidated e-invoice. Even though they don't have to issue a normal e-invoice, a standard one, like what we mentioned, the first type with the buyer's TIN number and so on, but you still need to issue a consolidated one. Consol means you kumpul everything, and then you submit that as one e-invoice per month. So later on, we will actually go through every type of e-invoice that we have here to actually help you understand more about what are all these. Okay, so going back here, if you fail to comply to any of these three offenses, the penalty 200 to 20K, or imprisonment not more than 6 months, or both the above. So 220K, I will just skip the speculation is per invoice. So you can actually so you can actually calculate now how many invoices you will be issuing every day, every month, every year. So multiply by 200 minimum, you will get your penalties. But that's only the offenses of this. If you have submitted wrong tax returns and so on, and you are underpaying the tax, that would be another offense under another clause. Okay, so these are actually what the government has in store for us. So just bear in mind, not play. I don't play already for this. Okay, so what is e-invoice? Okay, so before we go through, can export sales do it under consolidated? Yes, you can do that, but you have to make sure that your customer doesn't require this e-invoice. As the questions, can export sales do it under? Yes, you can do that, provided your buyers did not request for e-invoice, because e-invoice is related to your tax. So the invoices that you issue is actually your customers' expenses. So if they want to make sure that the expenses is tax deductible, they will need to request an e-invoice from you. So make sure you have a good communication with your buyers first before you do consolidated. All right. And staff claim need to issue self-bill invoices depends. No, not actually. On staff claim, if it's staff claims, you don't have to issue a self-bill. But that one on staff claim, we will have a chapter later on to actually answer your questions about staff claim, Anthony. Okay, so front end using hotel system, back end doing accounting. Do we need to update Q&A system? Is used? Yes, you still need to upgrade that to the latest version also lah. In the hotel system, does it involve any issuance of invoices? If it includes, then you will need to make sure that the hotel system that you are using is also compliant with e-invoice, because sometimes, I think most of the time, when the tenant come, you will actually requires to issue an e-invoice for them, because maybe it's their company is paying for the hotel fee. So make sure that you have a facility to actually issue an e-invoice for this type of guests. Intercore billing, is it about export? Exporting, yes, definitely requires exporting. Importing definitely requires e-invoice, and then they will need to go through custom and everything. For service, after they service, how they issue the e-invoice, that really depends on your supplier for the technician. If the technician has a company, definitely they will need to issue an e-invoice to you. Okay, so if your technician is an uncle, they are doing part-times, they come and go, and then you are actually hired, they are doing the technician for aircon just for part-time, means they didn't register for any SSM and so on. Then you can do self-bill. But when you are doing self-bill, you need to request a lot of things from your supplier also. Shopee e-commerce, the merchant how? Shopee will actually do self-bill to report for you. Don't worry about that. If you are a merchant, you don't have to do any e-invoice related thing, but then you still need to provide your tax information to Shopee lah. Intercompany billing. Intercompany billing, what kind of billing is that? You have to be quite specific a bit. Okay, so if it's a cost, definitely they will need to issue e-invoice also. E-invoice, okay, so let's go back to here. I think we will just answer in a batch like that lah. E-invoice is a digital representation. I think most of you know, provided with the name e-invoice, electronic invoice. So it's a representation of the transaction of supplier and buyer. So it's the same thing. It replaces paper and electronic. So means that the PDF that you're issuing now, the emails that you're issuing now is not e-invoice that the government is actually requesting. So what they actually wanted are XML or JSON format. So beside this, these two format will actually replace the format type, the file format that we mentioned just now: PDF, document, Word file, Excel, JPEG, emails, and etc. So how do we know that this is XML or JSON? So let's just see a comparison here. So this format is actually a normal format that we often see when we are issuing a sales invoice or cash sales using an accounting system, or even when you are using Excel to generate something like that with columns and all that. Everyone human can understand. But then how will XML and JSON looks like? It actually looks like something like this. The data actually broke into data like, and then they don't need any pretty format to keep them together. Okay, so these are actually the comparison that you can actually see is quite different. But then if you look at it in depth, you can actually see all the details are actually captured in the JSON and also XML format here. Okay, so the content wise is the same as what you are issuing now. Your e-invoice information is the same as the invoice information that you are issuing now, but then they require more information, and some of the information has become a compulsory information already. So we will actually go through that those required fields later. And then the type of e-invoice included not just invoices, not just cash sales, not just receipt. It also include your credit notes, your refund note, and debit notes. So if you are issuing credit notes or refund notes, remember you must report back to LHDN. Why? Because this is actually will help you reduce your taxable income. So invoices and debit notes will actually increase your income, right? So when your income is increased, your taxable income increase, your tax increase. All right, remember you understand the relevance of this, right? So let's say if you have a customer coming back to you saying that, oh, I need to return back these goods to you because something is wrong with that, or they have a change of mind. They say, I don't need so many of this product. I want to reduce some of the product. Okay, and then you say, okay, since I already issued an invoice to you, I will issue another credit note to reduce the amount that I already submitted to LHDN as an e-invoice. So why do we need to report the credit note that we issue? It's the same concept. You need to let LHDN know that I did not earn this money. I did not earn as much as the sales invoice I submitted before. Sales invoice I submitted before maybe is 1,000, but then my credit note, I already deduct 500. So means that the total income that I actually earned is actually 500. You need to let LHDN know so that your taxable income won't be so high. Okay, so same thing, same concept applies to refund notes and also debit notes. These three credit notes, debit note, and refund notes are for adjustment purposes. Okay, so in short, e-invoice is your proof of income and also your proof of expenses. So when we say that, what does it mean? If you are a supplier, you are the seller. The invoices that you issue are actually your proof of income because you're selling things. But then the goods that you sold to your customers, for them, the e-invoice that you issue are actually their proof of expenses. So when you are validating your e-invoice, right, you are actually validating the proof of income and also proof of expenses for both parties. So one e-invoice will serve two purposes. One is your proof of income if you are the seller, and the second one will be the proof of expenses of your customers. So definitely your customers will need e-invoice more than you. They will actually request from you. All right. So who is required to issue an e-invoice? Definitely everyone, B2B, B2C, B2G, if you are supplying to government, business to government, and then it applies to all taxpayers. What does it mean? Why it says all taxpayers when it says the above only saying business consumers, that is where it comes with all taxpayers. If you are buying things from a shop, from any businesses, you are actually undertaking commercial activities already. So during that process, right, when you are buying things, even though it's like a Runjie or 7-Eleven, you're buying things from them, that's the commercial activities. And then there will be one e-invoice so remember, we have three types of e-invoice: the normal one, consolidated, and also self-bill. So which type of these three e-invoice applies in your buying, and who will be issuing that? That would be another question. Okay, so it means that whenever there are buying going on with business, definitely there will be one e-invoice issue out. Okay, and business engaged in goods and services. All right, so that's basic. And then if you are registered under this legal entity, you will need to comply with e-invoice also, whether your association, your trust body, and so on. Okay, so would there be any assumption? Yes, there's still. Since I asked the question, of course there are. The exempted income or expenses are the first thing. Salary. No, you don't have to issue any e-invoice on that. Pension, alimony, distribution of dividends under specific circumstances. There are some exemptions. Some need to issue invoice, some don't have to. And then zakat. So the latest version of guideline that actually removes scholarship. So according to them, there are a lot of terms and conditions about scholarship. So they remove it temporarily. So whether later on they will add in this scholarship into the list of exemption, we don't know yet. We just wait for updates. And then those are the activities. And who is not required to issue e-invoice are these persons. Those with special status, our government authority, local authority, statutory body, and so on. So like EPF, so they don't have to issue any e-invoice to you. And then what I really want to emphasize is this one: individual who is not conducting business. So this if you did hire like part-timers, like what we mentioned just now, cleaners and so on, they are not a permanent they are not permanent workers for you, right? So in that case, the business relationship that you have with this type of employees, or can I call it employees? Not really employees, are suppliers. There will be e-invoice required here. So this one we will go into later a discussion about what it actually covers. All right. So assumption from e-invoice, there are some notes. If you are the seller, you are business, you definitely still need to issue e-invoice, even though the person that you are transacting are actually from this group of person. Okay. When you are doing transaction with them, you yourself as a supplier, if you are the supplier or seller, you still need to issue an e-invoice. All right, the assumption will be reviewed and updated from time to time. And the implementation timeline. Anyone here knows when is the latest, not the latest, the earliest batch of person that will need to comply with e-invoice? Or any one of you knows that you are actually the first batch already? I don't want to review this first. Anyone knows who or when is the earliest implementation date? Anyone? April? April means we already started? No lah, not yet official. The pilot phase is ongoing now. Pilot phase means that they are actually running the e-invoice system with certain companies, certain yes, August 2024. So it's only months away. Okay, so yes, definitely the first batch. Anyone here is on the first batch? Leong is the second batch, January 2025 one. Anyone from the first batch? No one. No one. July. Oh, okay. So that's next year. July 2025 sounds really, wow, Emmy is on August. July also, July 2025 also. Also July. Okay. Seems like a lot of you are actually from July 2025, but I really want to give you guys a big applause for coming to listen to this. Actually, because when like what, like there are a lot of persons actually we go and ask like restaurant and so on, we say e-invoice and so on, can you give me e-invoice and so on, but then some of them they actually didn't know what is e-invoice. So it's really what do you call that, it's really dangerous for them also lah, because even though the last batch July 2025 is like next year's, but when you are calculating months, it's only like 12 or 16 months, or is it 16 months? Yeah, around 16 or 15 months or only. So it's quite near also. So and because of e-invoice, right, they need you to actually gather a lot of information from your buyers, from the one that you are actually doing transaction, your business partners and so on. So early preparation definitely is good for your company or your business, because we really don't want to play with LHDN because they will really penalty you one. Not saying. All right, so definitely early. Final date is 1st July 2024. No, it's 2025. You mean final date? Okay, so like what showing here, the first batch is August 2024. Yes, 2025. August 2024, like 3 months, 3 months away from now. And the second batch is January 2025, and the last batch is July 2025. Okay, so remember, August is for if your annual revenue is more than 100 million, January 2025, 25 million to 100 million. There are threshold for the implementation date on these batches. But for July 2025, look at here, mandatory for all taxpayers, of all taxpayers. So it doesn't just applies to these high earning person or high earning businesses. It actually applies to everyone. All right, so the 100 million, 25 million to 100 million, how will I get that? Actually coming from 2022's audited financial statement. Okay, so or your form B or your form BE lah. Okay, so from here, it actually refers to 2022's revenue lah. So if your company's financial period in 2022 is actually more than 12 months, for example, like 18 months and so on, they will actually take only the 12 month of 2022, which means it's calculated prorately. So you don't have to worry if in 18 months you earn 100 million and above, but then they will actually calculate the 12 months revenue only. All right, so I see there are a lot of questions here, so let me go back a bit. So intercompany, like interest income. So interest income, yes, you will need to issue an e-invoice that is self-bill. But that one, we will also have a chapter talking about interest payment and interest income on that. Any format or sample employer policy by LHDN for staff claim? No, they don't have any standard format. So for the employees policy, you will need to draft out first. If you require any secretariat help or legal help, please do so. Can share the note. For the webinars, we did not share lah, but let me just ask first. Okay, how about the company that is unproductive anymore, has not been issuing invoices for some time already. So e-invoice is actually, if you don't have any transaction, you don't have to submit e-invoice. If the business that you mentioned, that the company that I mentioned that is already on a dormant status, and they are not issuing any invoices, definitely the e-invoice regulation doesn't apply lah. Okay. All right, so how about the all kopitiam who don't have system, need to buy system for e-invoice? You will need to have, for my opinion, definitely a system is better. If you don't have any system, LHDN also provides you another web portal. They call it My Invoice Portal. You can also issue an e-invoice from there, provided your buyers did not for you to actually comply with e-invoice. Because for all kopitiam or other retail shop, kedai runcit especially, this because they are actually dealing with consumer more. So sometimes you will have certain like bosses come and, I would treat my staff for or something like that. And then for those, these are actually company expenses, right? The boss will come and say, hey, can you give me a receipt? After e-invoice, right, they will say, hey, can you give me an e-invoice? And then they will give you their company data, their company information, and then you will need to issue an e-invoice based on the company's tax information. So that's where you will need at least a certain channel for you to actually issue an e-invoice. That's one thing. And then the other thing is, because most of your guests, most of your customers, they don't require e-invoice. So you will still need to report your income, monthly income, your monthly sales to LHDN also. So you can definitely do that using My Invoice Portal, but I'm not really sure what is the treatment of My Invoice Portal about consolidated e-invoice. They never really mentioned that. They're only saying that in My Invoice Portal, the portal that they will open for everyone, they will let you create and also they will let you submit e-invoice. But then how they create, what is the information they require, maybe a lot of manual work there lah. Okay, so it will take a lot of time from your accountants already. All right, so there are 50 to 55 field issuing invoice. How we key in as purchase? Do we need to key in as well? So, we will. When I go to that slide, let me just answer that one for you later. For Salah, what should I do if the company is not due for e-invoice but the customer requests for an e-invoice? Actually, during the transitional period, which is the next slide that I'm actually covering, it's okay because for the tax purposes during the transitional period, they will still accept normal invoice and also e-invoice. So it's okay if you're still issuing normal invoice for your customer, they can still claim for tax for their tax purpose. So don't have to worry about, because this is still a transitional period. But after transitional period, which is after July 2025, you cannot say you are still not comply with e-invoice because I'm not there yet. Because 2025 of July, definitely everyone is requires to comply with e-invoice already. All right, so currently you still can do that, but like what we mentioned, after July 2025, you cannot do that anymore. All right, customer or supplier start e-invoice August 2024, start July. No. But what we still recommend is that you start early. Why? Because other than you, they still have other supplier. If other suppliers saying that, okay, I want to volunteer to start early. Actually, you can volunteer to start early also. See here, voluntary participation. If you are actually, your batch is on July 2025, yes, you can actually volunteer saying that I want to start early. LHDN will be very happy with that. They will have more information. So in that case, if you want to start early and then you say, okay, I comply this e-invoice because of you can tell your customer, and then they will be very happy. Oh, this supplier very good. So what we want to emphasize here, why do we say start early? Because if you have suppliers saying that, oh, I'm not starting yet, my batch is on July 2025, and then other supplier saying that, oh, I start early because of you. Okay, I will start early because I want to give you e-invoice. Which one do you think they will actually prefer? I would think that is definitely the one volunteer that start early lah, because compliance with e-invoice or compliance their tax compilation to government's requirement is very important, especially to those big companies, because they need to make sure that the expenses that the money that they spend are actually tax deductible. The expenses that they have is tax deductible. So if you are not able to provide them with e-invoice, a big probability is that they might switch suppliers. All right, so what else? Jimmy here, I'm dealing with first batch of e-invoice, so I need to you can volunteer like what we mentioned. I think we will answer that. Intercompany sharing expenses. Intercompany, it depends on what is the expenses. That one I'm not really sure about sharing expenses on this, how big, but from what the guideline suggested, you have to issue an e-invoice. The other party have to issue the e-invoice also. So they actually, for that, there will be two e-invoice. Petty cash also self-bill. What do you mean by petty cash? How does it work? Okay, so let me just continue. I think I need more information from Daily here. Petty cash. What kind of petty cash? For new business, if they only start the operation on 2023, they automatically in July 2025, regardless of how much, what is their revenue lah. Okay, so preparation on it. Of course, the first thing you need to make sure is that the e-invoice that you are issuing or the e-invoice that you are receiving is for which party. The party is identified using tax identification number, which is your income tax number. So companies have companies' own income tax number, personal have personal one. So if you're enterprise, maybe you are registering SSM using your own personal personal income tax number, then you will be submitting you'll be issuing e-invoice and also receiving e-invoice to the T number that you are actually doing business with. All right, so if you don't know what is your tax number, you can go to My Tax Portal to check, or just register one using eData. Okay, so talking about required field. So the one I think one of our participants actually asked about the 50 or 55 field. Do we need to have those information? Yes. Actually, even though they say 55 field, right? Not every field is compulsory. So you can see that here, those I highlighted in yellow color are optional field. So even though it's optional, still a lot lah. I think about 30 or 40 something field you still need to fill up. So some of it are actually from your existing accounting system. You already have those information. For example, your supplier name, your buyer's name, definitely you have this already, right? And then this tax number, TIN number for your own and also for your customer. You see that 2 TIN number. This one is definitely is compulsory field. You will need to have this information so that you can issue an e-invoice. All right, and then registration number, this is also a compulsory field. SST registration number only applies if you are SST registrant. Let's say if your customer or yourself is not SST registrant, this one you don't have to fill it. You don't have to fill out. Okay, so this one can leave it empty. Tourism tax, if you're not tourism, definitely don't apply. So when you look at the list of 55 field here, most of it are actually some of the information that you already have if you are using accounting system. But then you need to calculate all these totals. But then in our system, definitely we will include these columns that it mentions here. All right, so I can see that here payment info. Every payment info here is optional. What does it mean? They want all your sales figure. You can see that they need to know how much you earn, what is your total, even total have like subtotal, total excluding, total including tax, total net amount, total payable amount. But then the payment info, everything is optional. It means that they don't. Okay, so they wanted to know your sales amount, but whether or not you receive the payment is another thing lah. All right, so depends on you. If you have any prepayment, you want to include that. Make sure to knock off in the accounting system, in our accounting system. Other system, I don't know. And then it will actually show up what is your total payable amount. See, total payable amount is the compulsory field. So this one is actually somewhat related to the payment info. So if you have something like a deposit that is not refundable, and also something like a prepayment, then you will need to knock off with the original invoice, and then it will actually show up as a total payable amount in your e-invoice. So from there, that will be a compulsory field for the e-invoice here. All right, so other than that, the latest addition to the required field are these. Actually, this is not additional because they have this appendix from the first version of e-invoice. Starting from the first version, they already stated that. But this time they put it together with the required field so that you don't miss out. Okay, so it's this one. It's applicable if your customers telling you this one you need to send it to other people, so send it to other address. Okay, so you see that transaction if goods are shipped to a different recipient or address, you will need to fill out this information. Who is the recipient? what is their name, what is their TIN number, what is their registration or IC or passport, and also what is their address. Okay, so for export and import, you can see everything about this are from custom clearance. Once you have your custom clearance, you will gain all this information from the document. You will need to include this information into your e-invoice. Yeah, supplier information. Yes, definitely, because supplier means you are the supplier here doesn't means your supplier. The supplier means here means you. You are the supplier to your customers, right? So the two party here actually refers to seller and buyers. Not really your supplier. You have your supplier, but then your relationship with your supplier, you are the customer, you are the buyers, they are the supplier. But then if you are selling to your customer, you are the supplier, they are the customers. So this one here actually means your own companies, you as the seller, what is your information? What's your tax information? All right, so that's why when you're issuing e-invoice, they requires the seller's tax information. They also requires the buyer's tax information, so that LHDN will know that, oh, this person is selling to this person. Okay, so the transmission mechanism, like what we mentioned just now, My Invoice Portal is one. The other one is using API integration. So My Invoice Portal, like what we mentioned just now, is a portal opening up to the public. So everyone, if you're a business owner, you can come here and register, and then you can, what you can do here, you can create and also submit e-invoice. They have certain reports, like as what we heard, and then certain, I think it's quite basic report, definitely no P&L report there. Okay, so you will have you can create and then you can submit. We are not sure whether they can keep any data. And then here, of course, because this is a different portal, if you have your own accounting system, My Invoice Portal, and then you are submitting e-invoice using My Invoice Portal, means you have to do double job. So this is an alternate way. If you only like issuing an e-invoice like once every few months, then you can go for this. Means you don't really need an accounting system. So My Invoice Portal will be one of your choice. But then My Invoice Portal also serve another function, is for actually system view. My Invoice Portal not yet released, so we don't have any system view lah. Okay, so My Invoice, the My Invoice Portal here also is one of the portal that you will require to come here and register to start e-invoice. All right, so start e-invoice. So here is also, from what we heard from the LHDN, from MDEC, they're actually saying that My Invoice Portal also serve the functions to authenticate your ERP system, your accounting system, to actually issue out e-invoice on your behalf. Okay, so that's most of the functions of the e-invoice, My Invoice Portal. Another, yes, quite. So another transmission method is from API integration, which means that your accounting system, your service provider will need to actually need to comply with e-invoice requirement, and then they will need to build up all the fields and all that, like what we are doing now, and then you can submit your e-invoice using your own accounting system, provided they comply with e-invoice. So definitely, if you are using Q&E, you can continue using Q&E to submit for e-invoice, but not the Delphi one, like what we mentioned just now. Okay, so the flow of e-invoice is 1 to 6 here. The flow is very quite simple, as if you know what you will receive and so on. So the first, of course, when you are issuing out an invoice, and then you confirm with what the invoice content is, and then you submit for e-invoice. Okay, so issuance of e-invoice means when you click on submit, what will happen after that? Okay, so the first, of course, you issue out and you submit for invoice, and then after that, when you are submitting your invoice to LHDN will run a checking, it will actually verify whether or not the 55 field that we mentioned just now, those required field you have filled out with proper information. So if the information is in a wrong format, for example, in business registration number, the field at the requirement is that you don't put any characters, for example, don't put dash, don't put dot. If you have those special characters, it will come back as a wrong format, things like that. Okay, so if the data that you submitted doesn't meet their requirement, they will come back invalid. If it meets, it will come back as valid. So that's a validation of e-invoice. That's the first thing. And then after that, they will actually send out notification to your customers and you yourself as the seller, to both party, the transaction party. They will have two. All right. So the both party will actually receive notification via My Invoice portal. So if you are using accounting system and the accounting system has implemented the notification part, you can actually receive the notification via your accounting system also. There's no notification. After that, you, as if you are the seller party will need to share this invoice to the buyers. Alright, so the sharing of e-invoice, there are certain conditions that they will need to attach something from LHDN, that what they receive from LHDN if it's valid. After that, they have 72 hours from the valid, upon valid, the 72 hours will start. Okay, 72 hours for the buyers to reject or the suppliers to cancel the e-invoice. Okay, 72 hours. If no cancellation happen, nothing changed, after 72 hours, everything will be saved in the My Invoice system. All right, so here, let's just go through some important points, what will happen. After validation, we will receive notification, right? So along with notification, the seller, if I'm issuing the invoice, I'm the seller, okay? They will actually receive unique identifier number of that particular transaction. It means that you submitted 10 invoices, you will receive back 10 unique identifier number. Okay, after that, date and time of validation. Like what we mentioned, if it comes back valid, you will receive these two and also a validation link. So this validation link is required to form a QR code. So what does the QR code requires for? It actually requires when you are sharing the invoice to your customer, you need to embed the QR code into your invoice. So for e-invoice format, right, they don't have any standard format for you to follow. You can still use back your current standard invoice format. That is fine. But then you will need to have another format with the place for you to embed this QR code as a validated e-invoice, as a proof of that this is an e-invoice, a validated e-invoice, and not a normal invoice. All right. So this is one of the conditions that is required when you are having transaction with your customers. Okay, making sure that the invoice, that the e-invoice, the validated e-invoice you share with your customers has this QR code. All right. So the 72 hours after validation, the buyers, they can actually request to reject this e-invoice. I receive a validated e-invoice. Okay, when I scan, I see, oh, there's something wrong. I need to change. So they can actually request to reject the whole e-invoice. You cannot edit the invoice. And once it's validated, you cannot edit anything. You can only cancel the whole thing and then ask the seller to issue another e-invoice to you. Okay, so the buyers here, when they submit the rejection request, they need to provide a valid reason. If they are going through the My Invoice portal method to actually cancel the e-invoice, right, they will need to provide a valid reason. And then they will need to wait for the supplier to proceed to cancel that e-invoice. So buyers here do not have any access or do not have any power to actually cancel the whole thing directly from their end. They will still need to wait for the seller. They need to either submit that, or they can just call their seller, their supplier, saying that, hey, this one has something wrong, you help me to cancel this one. They will still need to go through the supplier side to actually cancel this e-invoice. Okay, so that is the buyer side. If you're the customer, then you know what to do lah. If you are the seller, you are the supplier, you can cancel the e-invoice from your end directly. This one don't have to go through anything lah. You can still when you cancel, definitely LHDN they will actually notify both parties also. All right, so this is how it will go. So make sure that if you're the customer, when you request for rejection, call your seller. Don't wait for them. Maybe they are on vacation or something like that, and they miss out. After 72 hours, everything will be saved on the IRBM cloud. After that, any adjustment, you will need to issue credit note. You will need to issue a refund note, and just to cancel only these two lah. You can actually to cancel the whole sales invoice. All right. So before we go through the transaction, let me just go through if you have any questions here. If customer pay 50% deposit or prepayment, also need to issue invoice for the deposit. It depends on your deposit whether it's refundable or not. If the deposit is not refundable, you need to issue an e-invoice. If it's refundable, you don't have to. Why e-invoice still requires the complete? Okay, that one I answered. Not actually, okay, that one I answered already. Suppose system out first, then we know how to train staff. Definitely lah, but it's not yet ma. Means do we need to submit e-invoice to LHDN monthly, or is there any option 3 months once? For e-invoice, right, they will trace your submission date, which means when the e-invoice is created. But then whether or not they trace the transaction, they never say. But then for consolidated, definitely goes by monthly. So what we will recommend or suggest is that at least once a month, you need to submit all your e-invoice. Don't have any software house can show the whole system. Yeah, definitely. Not yet. Currently, what we are doing now definitely is for testing on the API. If you have noticed our release of video, we have already connected with the sandbox environment. Sandbox environment is the testing environment. So when the invoice, do we need to print out physical invoice anymore? Depends on you. If you still need to print out, then it's up to you. It doesn't really stop you from printing lah. Validate the invoice. LHDN will take about 2 or 3 seconds, near real time, what they mentioned. LHDN is not working on public holiday and weekend, but then their system is working lah. Their system is still working. And we realize that the unit price is wrong. Doesn't mean that we make amendments on the unit price in the invoice. No. Kathleen question. You cannot edit any information in the invoice that you already submitted and validated and valid. And during this, let me go back. Yeah. All right. So let me just repeat again. So this one, right? Once you submitted and then you receive these 3 things, means that your e-invoice is valid for the first stage. Okay, for the first stage, their status will change to valid, but then they still have a 72 hours for them to cancel the whole thing. So cancel means that the whole thing will be moved out from the IRBM database. You will need to reissue another invoice if the transaction requires. If your unit price is wrong, definitely you as a seller, you can cancel it directly. Or if you are the buyers, you can actually request for rejection. So once the supplier proceeds to cancel the e-invoice, there will be no e-invoice. It's not amendment. You will need to cancel and then reissue. This embedding will done by Q&E. Yes, we'll do that. I need to issue I need to use the supplier, but they can't issue the invoice now. I need to use the supplier, but they can't issue the e-invoice now. Okay, so during this period, like what we mentioned, transitional period is between 8th of August until July of 2025. Okay, August of 2024 until July of 2025. During this period is what we call a transitional period. So between these, even though your customer or your supplier, not your customer, your supplier cannot issue you any e-invoice, it is okay also. Because during this time, even when the LHDN come and check, they will still accept normal invoice and also e-invoice. Can we still supply? Yeah, can. If you are selling to non-e-invoice customer, means that your customer does not require e-invoice, right? You yourself comply with e-invoice can already using Consolidated. Yeah. The 72 hours definitely is one thing lah. But in LHDN, if you issue a lot of credit note, that will be an issue also. No, the next is consolidated e-invoice requires to complete all information. No, they only requires to complete certain information. Others can be replaced with NA, and then especially the tax number, right? TIN. And you can use the general TIN number that they have for consolidated. What happens if it doesn't approve or cancel the validation? If doesn't approve or cancel validation, example, receive invoice on holiday, automatically it will change to valid. It will be saved there. Okay? Even the 72 hours, you don't have to reply anything. How to adjust the validated invoice, which becomes uncollected or bad debts? Issue credit notes, refund notes, contra, or knock off it. Can I conclude that only the taxable sales requires to issue? Disbursement and reimbursements, they will have what they call a disbursement or reimbursement. They have this what do you call that? I forgot the name of it. What the code? The classification code. Oh my gosh, my memory. Okay, so if you are issuing any e-invoice that is under disbursement or reimbursement, you will need to classify this item within the e-invoice that you will be submitting as a disbursement or reimbursement. You still need to issue e-invoice for that. Yes, we'll do the embedding for the QR code. Issue e-invoice, do we need to submit to our LHDN system or then upload to their system? You will still need to click lah. You still need to click, and then automatically the system will help you submit, and then we will receive back the information, and then the sharing of e-invoice will be done by you. The sharing of e-invoice to your customer, we'll still need your site to actually share it with your customer. How about those sellers which do not know how to use accounting software or computer to generate e-invoice? Your seller is it a business? If they are business, they will need to find a way to actually issue the e-invoice. Okay, so they still need to find a way to actually issue an e-invoice, either using my invoice portal or they go and purchase an accounting software. If they are not a business, they are individuals, they never register any SSM or so on, then you can do self-bill. But then you will actually report, you will need to share the self-bill e-invoice that you issue to them also at the end. Need to fill out which time before we issue the invoice. Yes, for each invoices you submitted, you will need to include with all the required field. Not necessarily 55 like what we mentioned. Not all are required field. Some of them are optional. After July, all companies to have invoice, right? B2B, my customer. Yes, they will need to have. You are the one issuing invoice, right? You will need to make sure that the invoice that you submitted actually e-invoice. Okay, all right. So my delivery will take days to kind of doesn't mean I cannot issue my invoice together with you. No, actually, like what we mentioned, I think one of the questions that we answered just now, you can issue your e-invoice anytime, but then this because what you are actually asking is related to accounting, how they manage, how you manage your accounting, right? So accounting and tax is actually different. The method is different. So if you want to issue out, you want to submit your e-invoice after your customer receives the goods, you can do that. Okay, it doesn't, but then your transaction, your posting date will still follows your transaction date lah. Okay, I think I answered enough question. We still have a lot to cover here. So here, the next section that we will actually covering is about consolidated e-invoice and also the invoices that we issue to our customers, a standard one. All right, so the standard one will go through the same process like what we go through just now, the overview of e-invoice flow. So that is the standard SOP that you will go through when you're submitting e-invoice. All right, so here is the flow lah, the basic flow. Okay, so right now I have a question here. So if you go to buy things in a computer shop, for example, do you think you need an e-invoice for that? You as an individual taxpayer. So when it comes to individual taxpayers, it means that you are actually buying for your own expenses, not for companies one. Do you think under any circumstances we will need to issue out, we will need to request for any e-invoice? Okay, Jimmy answer no. Anyone want to try? We don't say we are business, we are just an individual, we are salary worker, and then I go and buy something. When I go and purchase something, do you think under any circumstances I will need to request for an e-invoice from the shop? Yes, a lot of saying yes. Yes, if you want claim. Definitely a lot of accountants here, they know what happened, what am I trying to ask here. So yes. So definitely, if you are individual taxpayers, what is our relationship with LHDN? Yes. You need to proud to yes. A lot of you like never fall to the trap. Okay. Yes, because we as a personal, even though we are individual taxpayers, we still need to declare our income to LHDN, right? Yes, tax relief. Every year, when you receive EF form, it's time for you to fill out your Form B in the My Tax portal, right? So nowadays, how do we claim for our tax relief? We just fill up numbers, right? And then we keep our receipt. So when LHDN say, we want to check the purchase that you make for this tax relief, and then only you show them the receipt that you kept, right? So after e-invoice implemented, do you think we still need to do that? I don't think so, right? You have e-invoice already. Everything has been validated. Everything has been stored in LHDN database. So why do we still need to keep all our receipt? Right, so of course, you will actually, the e-invoice will actually replace this process. They don't have to come and say, hey, can you show me your receipt? They don't have to do that anymore. Right, they just have to compare, this is the e-invoice that they submitted, and then this is the claim that you claim to have a tax relief. Definitely, they can tally from their end already. All right, so some of the tax relief that the personal can claim is computer, your lifestyle subscription for your magazines and so on, your parent medical, your dental medical for your parent, vaccination, things like that. So those category, once e-invoice is implemented as an individual, you might need to request for an e-invoice in that case. All right, so I think this one. Okay, so the concession for individual buyers. So if you're individual taxpayers, this is actually related to all of you lah, not just business. So if you are Malaysian individuals, when you go and request for e-invoice, they give you some concession. You don't have to provide everything. But then this is only for the income tax number and also the registration number, that one. But because for business, right, you need to provide both data, your tax, your company tax, and also the registration number of the business. Okay, so for individuals, they can either just provide the tax number or your IC or your passport, not passport, passport is for non-Malaysian, your IC or your My Tentera identification number, or both. If you want to provide both, you can do that. For non-Malaysia, so for non-Malaysian that actually works here, they pay Malaysia tax, they need to provide their income tax number and income tax number only, or income tax number plus their passport number or My PR or My CAS. All right, so for supplier, if you are issuing this type of e-invoice to non-Malaysian individuals, they are actually claiming for themselves, not for company. If they really cannot provide you with a tax number, they can use a general tax number for foreign buyers. This one apply also, but then they need to provide the passport number lah, nevertheless. All right, so this is some of the concession that is given to individual taxpayers. Okay, so here is the example of how an e-invoice will look like. You can see that the embedded QR code here. And then this is for individuals claiming for themselves. You can see that under buyer's team, they are using a general tax number. And then the buyer's name with an individual, and then they have a IC number here. So this is actually how it will look like if you are, as an individual, you are claiming for your e-invoice for your own tax purposes. All right, so those are for the one that I showed you just now previously are for those e-invoice with certain with unique supplier and unique buyers. It's a standard one. So next up, we will actually cover what is consolidated e-invoice. So for consolidated e-invoice, right, it will only cover supplier side. Buyers doesn't really involve in this consolidated e-invoice. All right, so if the buyers or the customer, they doesn't require e-invoice, they say, oh, I only buy chocolate from Kedai Runcit, that is for my own consume. So in that case, the seller doesn't need to issue me any e-invoice. They just issue me a receipt. That's all. Okay. So what happened after that? So buyer side already end. For seller, they need to issue a consolidated e-invoice every month. You can see frequency here, monthly, every month. The deadline is 7 after the month end. It means that this month is May, right? So my May sales, I need to consolidate it and submit as e-invoice latest by 7th of June next month. Okay, so the frequency is monthly. You need to submit that before 7th of the next month. All right, so not applicable for self-bill e-invoice except for goods or from individual taxpayers. So if you have any self-bill e-invoice that is issued to these individual taxpayers, like the cleaners that we mentioned just now, if they are only working for themselves, they are doing part-times and so on, then they will you can use consolidated e-invoice to submit this. But how this works, actually, they don't have any regulations or guideline about this yet. So this one we are still waiting lah. And also interest payment to public at large. Okay, so interest payment to public at large, I think this one they also don't have any information about this yet. So we're still waiting for this one. the self-bill e-invoice for consolidated one. We are not sure how it works yet. All right, so the case scenario, so let's go through some case scenario. So we have Wani, Lillian, and Mutu. We have 3 customers here going to restaurant XYZ for dinner on different days in July. All 3 of them went to restaurant XYZ for dinner in July 8, 17, and 21st. They went there for dinner. And then when they are paying for their dinner, they did not request for e-invoice that time. And so restaurant XYZ, okay, since you are not requesting any e-invoice, I will just issue out 3 normal receipt to you, like these 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right, so here, because buyers did not request for e-invoice, as a seller, which is restaurant XYZ, by August 1st, 2024, within the first is still within the 7 of the month, right? After month end, the restaurant agreed. They actually kumpul all their receipts, and they issue out a consolidated e-invoice and then transmit that to LHDN for validation, which is submitted as an e-invoice. So what it comes back here, you can actually see that the buyer's team here are a general one. The buyer's name is general public because we don't have an individual buyers that actually should responsible to this e-invoice. You can see the supplier team. This supplier team registration number refers to restaurant XYZ. So this is the buyer's detail. So everything you can see, registration number, address, contact number, email, SST, everything is put using NA. So you can do that using consolidated e-invoice. This information you can use NA as a replacement. But if this is issued to an individual customers, you will need to make sure that this information are filled up. So different individual types, different buyers type or customers types will have different requirements, especially on the registration number. If this is a company, you are required to provide the customer's registration number. See, by the registration number. But if this is an individual like Malaysian, they are claiming for themselves for any expenses for the tax relief one. So here, the buyer registration number will change to the buyer's identification number, their IC number. If they are foreigner, they are working here, they are paying Malaysian tax, then this one will be either their passport number, their MyPR number, or MyCAS number. Okay, so different identification type or different customers type, they will need to provide different information here. Okay, so address, contact number, email are still compulsory field, but then you replace that with NA for consolidated e-invoice. And then if in the details here, you can see that this is the receipt number of the previous receipt number that they issue out here. 12345, 12390, 12442. Coming back to consolidated invoice, it becomes 3 items here. And then the amount, and then if there's any tax, and the total amount. Okay, so this is the e-invoice format of a consolidated e-invoice. Other than the format that they showed just now, one invoice per line. Imagine if you are retail, one day, how many receipts you will issue out in a day? Hundreds, 200s, 300s, right? So one day you already have 300 receipt. How are you going to consolidate everything under this for a monthly sales? Definitely will be 100 of pages. So they actually provide another option for you to actually how you want to showcase the receipt number in your consolidated e-invoice. The first one is like what they show you just now as a separate line item. The second one is list of receipt. But then they display that is as a number chain. That they will show you how it actually goes. And then if if you have a different outlet that requires you to submit for consolidated e-invoice, each of these outlets or branches, they will need to submit their own consolidated e-invoice, either using the first format or the second format. All right, so let's see. So this is the first format that we have seen just now. And then the second format is something like this. Other information are still the same, but then only the description type, you can see that has been consolidated as a number chain, 1110 to 1112, and then 1114, and then 1116 to 2450. So in this number chain, they are I take this as the example, like 1110 to 1112. They are actually 3 receipts here, 1110, 1111, and 1112. So 3 receipts here will form as a number chain like this one. But then why does it break? Because 1113 is not here. 1113 is not in this consolidated e-invoice. That's why it dropped to a new line. It will start with a new number chain if they are missing numbers here. So this applies the same concept lah. 114 and then 115 is missing again. So it starts with 116 again to 2450, and then 2451 also missing. So it starts again with 2452. How are you going to do that? Any idea? Any idea? How are you going to form these things? This one is easy lah. The first one, one line, one receipt number. Imagine if you have thousands of receipt number, how are you going to do that? You will need to put like thousands of lines there. So for this, definitely is your system doing lah. So for consolidated e-invoice, right, the submission under my invoice portal, we do not know what is the mechanism that my invoice portal is going to use. If you want to do this, you might the things that we can imagine is that you need to do that manually, which is, I think, is quite troublesome. All right, so consolidated e-invoice seems like a very, very convenient way. You can submit all your sales using consolidated. I don't want to request the customer information. I just submit using consolidated lah. You can do that, but provided you are not doing this type of businesses. See the big title here? Certain activities that requires e-invoice to be issued for each transaction, which means that you are not allowed to use consolidated e-invoice to submit for these transactions sales. The first thing, automotive, cars, motorcycle cannot use consolidated e-invoice, even though they are walk-ins. People come to the car dealer saying that I want to buy this car. You can sell it to this person you don't know, but then you still need to issue an e-invoice specifically for these buyers, meaning that you need to request for their IC, request for their name, for their address, and so on, so that you can issue out this e-invoice. That's an automotive. Okay, this includes second-hand car dealer also. And then aviation, sell for flight ticket. Definitely, next time when you buy flight ticket, they will ask you all this tax information. Luxury goods and jewelry currently is on hold. So if you are selling luxury goods and jewelry, like all these branded items and so on, you can still issue consolidated e-invoice for now until further changes on this regulation. Okay, construction project, wholesalers and retailers of construction materials for certain construction material, not every construction material lah. And then license betting and gaming, payment to agent, dealers, and distributor. This one is actually referring to commission lah. So these two are actually the self-bill e-invoice or the expenses part. So for these two, you also cannot use consolidated e-invoice. Okay, so there are some exceptions for consolidated e-invoice. Okay, so let's go through some scenario again. All right, so on 28th July, Mutu, if you still remember, Mutu is one of the customer for at restaurant XYZ. He decided to come back after 1 week to request for e-invoice. See the date, 28th July, he come back. His meal is on 21st July. So currently, my question is, can Mutu get his e-invoice? What do you think? Can Mutu get his e-invoice? Mutu come and request saying that, oh, 21st July, 1 week ago, I come and eat here. I pay already. I have this receipt number 12442. And then now, after 1 week, and then say, oh, I need to claim for my company. This is my company expenses. They need an e-invoice for this. So in this case, is Mutu going to get his e-invoice? Can, yes. Yeah. You guys are correct. Yes. The request on the issuance of e-invoice Mutu is valid, provided Mutu make this request latest by 31st of July, which is by the end of the month, and is still within the month of the transaction. So the month of the transaction is July. They request on July, they can get the invoice. So what we wanted to emphasize here is Mutu's request is valid. Mutu's request is valid. So restaurant XYZ has this obligation to issue out the e-invoice to Mutu. Okay, so that's the obligation of restaurant XYZ. So an out of topic question. If restaurant XYZ is saying, he insists, I don't want to give you e-invoice, it's very troublesome for me to issue an e-invoice, what will be the consequences? What do you think? Any? You can refer back to how LHDN will do for all these this type of cases. Anything? Any one of you here are actually from GST era? Anyone for you from here went through GST? No one. Okay, never mind. So for this one, right, there are different types of consequences. Right, so XYZ, he don't want to issue an e-invoice. Mutu will need to gather some bukti lah. I need to gather some proof to say that yes, report to IRB, just telling IRB saying that I dine in this restaurant, and then when I make the request, and then the restaurant XYZ still did not want to issue an e-invoice to me, they can do the report to IRB. Definitely, they will have this channel for them. If you went through GST era, maybe you still remember there is one hotline. Call IRBM, make complaint. Kena. Got fine or not, we don't know yet lah, because they don't have any clause on that yet. So definitely, there will be some channel that will actually tackle this kind of issue. Okay, so the restaurant have to separate out those invoices. Yes, you are correct. You have to make sure that as a seller, you need to do this very carefully. Those you already issue out e-invoice. Okay, so you already issue out e-invoice, you have to make sure that you don't submit that in your consolidated e-invoice. Definitely, this one is something that you need to take note if you are the seller or supplier. And then the second one is about Wendy. So Wendy purchased badminton rackets or shuttlecocks from Hari Hai Sukan. Okay, so take note of the date, 30th of September 2024, last day. When she paid for the items, right, she did not request for any e-invoice, but then only on the second day, which is on 1st of October, then only she comes back to the shop and they say, I want to request for an e-invoice, can or not? So my question is the same. Can Wendy get this e-invoice or not? Yes, we still have, the live will be saved in our YouTube channel. So don't worry about that. And so my question for Wendy is still the same. Can Wendy get her e-invoice in these circumstances? Can. You need to say can. Anyone have different answer? Understand the question, or? Oh, okay. Someone say no. All right. So they are answers yes and no. So for this request, right? The request that Wendy's the Wendy's made is no lah. Okay, so why no? Someone say I think can. I would say that both of your answer is correct. Okay, yeah, from GST era. Okay, if you remember the hotline. Okay, so from here, what we wanted to mention here is whether Wendy's request is valid or not. All right, so just now when Mutu make the request, it's still within the month. So Restaurant XYZ has this obligation to actually issue out the e-invoice, right? So the request is valid, so Restaurant XYZ have to do that. It's compulsory to do that. But then on Wendy's case, because she requested in a different month, okay, she requested in a different transaction month. She requested for the transaction that is undergoing in previous month. So in that case, the request become invalid already. So Hari Sukan do not have the obligation to issue out the e-invoice to Wendy. When I say they don't have the obligation to do so, that is under if you are saying I want to 100% comply with e-invoice, I don't want to do anything other than that. But what we know in real life scenario, your customer come and request an e-invoice from you, and then it's only a day apart, it's only yesterday. Most of the business owner would say, okay, I will do that for you. I will do that for you. All right, so you can do that, definitely, no problem. But you need to make sure that the e-invoice that you submitted, either as a consolidated e-invoice or as Wendy's e-invoice, you have to make sure that it does not double up. Like what I think we have a tendency actually saying that separate out from Cassia saying that they need to that's the key lah. If you want to help Wendy's, you have to make sure that you already take out this receipt from the consolidated invoice that you are going to submit. If you submitted both, consolidated also have Wendy's receipt, and then you issue another e-invoice to Wendy's again, your taxable income, your sales will have another receipt of this Wendy's sales. So it actually depends on whether you have submitted your consolidated e-invoice or not. If you have submitted your consolidated e-invoice, you still want to help Wendy, you can issue out a credit note pointing back to the consolidated e-invoice you have submitted. All right, so that's one way. Another way is if you have not submit your consolidated e-invoice yet, and then say, okay lah, I will help Wendy since I have not submitted my consolidated e-invoice. You need to make sure that in your consolidated invoice, you already take out Wendy's receipt, and then only you issue out the invoice to Wendy. Make sure that you don't double lah, that's all. Okay, so our advice normally is if you want to make it like very easy, you want to have a clean cut of your consolidated invoice, definitely don't do that. But I know that as if you are like business owner, definitely you will try to help your customer. So it's okay. Just find a right way to do that. Yeah, so that's why what we mentioned here is the consolidated invoice must not include Wendy's receipt. For example, if Wendy have already spent 100 ringgit here, and then he come and request your invoice for this 100 ringgit, your consolidated should not contain this 100 ringgit. It even though because both e-invoice are e-invoice, so you have to make sure that you only submitted once per receipt or per invoice. Okay, don't double that. All right, so and then this is also related to about consolidated. You heard about normal standard e-invoice and you heard about consolidated e-invoice. So how do we determine whether we should submit just consolidated e-invoice or just single transaction invoice? The single transaction invoice means that the customers have their own tax number, not like what we show you just now. The TIN number is a general one. That is for consolidated e-invoice only. All right. So what do you think? How do we know whether we should submit a consolidated or a single transaction one? Can we still JV to take up multiple bill claim? Multiple bill claim. Your claim, does it include any payment or so on? Because I think in our accounting system we do not allow general voucher for to do e-invoice validation. The e-invoice module doesn't cover a general voucher. It only covers other transaction form. So for these questions, any thoughts? Actually, for this one, we actually want to just let you know because not every business they will just do consolidated, or they will just do single transaction for B2B and so on. It actually need to depends on whether the customers requires the e-invoice or not. If the customer does not require an e-invoice, you can do consolidated, no issue. If the customer requires this e-invoice, you will need to issue the e-invoice to them. E-invoice for bill need claim. Okay, so the claim thing, right, for employees, there are different types. Later we will have a chapter to cover that. If you still have doubts after the chapters, then you will need to have much more elaboration. What kind of claim is that? Whether the claim has any e-invoice that is issued by other suppliers and so on. And so for this question, right, what I wanted to emphasize is that if your customer does not give you their tax information, for example, your customer saying, it's my PNC, I don't want to give you my tax information, why you need my IC, and so on. Are you still going to do the business if your customer does not provide you with the tax information? Yes, right. It's business. You need to earn money. Of course, you still sell your customer the things. You still issue them invoice. But then how are you going to submit for comply with e-invoice? You will submit your sales using consolidated e-invoice. You use all the general information, because when the customer does not request for e-invoice, he or she doesn't acquires this e-invoice, right? The loss is at her or him, is at your customer, because the customer cannot claim for expenses that they already spent for tax purposes. But then remember, there are certain activities that doesn't let you do this. So if it's automotive, probably you cannot do the business. You have to let the customers know lah. All right, so actually we have a lucky draw here. And so if you are, so we're actually having this lucky draw for all our attendees here today. The price is actually our Q&E Air Cloud Accounting 12-month subscription worth 1,560. So this price, right? The license that we are giving away are actually transferable. Means that the ownership of this license can be other than the winner. Provided the winner on the winner's consent, the winner say, "Oh, I received this license key," and then say, "But currently I don't really require this Q&E Air Cloud Accounting." So you can actually transfer this license to your friend or other person. How you want to transfer? You want to sell that 700 half price also can. It's okay, up to you, up to the winner. So how you're going to join this lucky draw is just like, share, and comment. What do you think about today's webinar? Was the information shared is sufficient, and so on? So you can either scan the QR code here or go to our Facebook Q&E Software Malaysia and look for the post here. This one. So just like, share, and comment. Let me know what is your thought about today's webinar, and then you will be one of the all right. Okay, so while waiting for you guys to actually go through scanning this one, let me just go back to some of the questions I missed out just now. Hold on now, where did I stop? Okay. Okay, so Esther asking about Q&E AI. I'm not really sure about the pricing. I don't think we have added this one. You really need to refer back to our salesperson. Cash sales bills will be in self-billing method set. Cash sales bill is not self-billing. It's consolidated e-invoice. Self-bill will be another thing. Self-bill is your expenses. Cash sales is your sales, so it's a different thing. So cash sales, if your cash sales is issued to your customers, but then your customers doesn't need this e-invoice, you can do consolidated. But if your cash sales customer saying that they want an e-invoice, the cash sales need to be submitted as an e-invoice. So depending on the customer's requirement. So how do we need to do for the payment of commission paid to the introducer? Okay, so this one you need to do self-bill. So meaning that you need to get the tax information of the referrer or your agent or your dealers and so on. And then you need to issue a self-bill for the commission you pay. All right. If the company issue a credit note for bad debt adjustment, do this credit note require the customer consent? Actually, when you no. Like what we mentioned, when you issue out the e-invoice, the customer request for rejection, even though they request for rejection, and then you don't proceed to cancel this e-invoice, it will still be saved into the system. So you don't have to do any all e-invoice does not requires the customer's consent, right? You can still proceed to submit the e-invoice. Can we issue the pro forma invoice for payment advance? Yes, you can still do what you need to do in using the accounting system or your accounting operation and so on. It doesn't affect the e-invoice that you submitted. Those are one claim exemption. Oh yeah. Only on certain product. Yes, that's for personal tax relief. Depends. Okay. Have team need e-invoice. Okay. Self-bill e-invoice need to fill in all the e-invoice required field. Yes, they will have certain fields that require you to actually submit for self-billing. But different types of e-invoice, they will require different field, but more or less is those information. The Q&E e-invoice module includes LHDN digital signature certification. I don't think we can do that because the digital signature certification is done by the certified what do you call that, the CA. So you need to go to where was that let me go and check the link first. You can actually check in that link who is in Malaysia is certified to issue out a valid digital signature. but then if you are using accounting system, right, you don't really need to go and what do you call it, you don't really go and apply one for your company, because the accounting system will be the one that will need to have this digital signature, because you are submitting your e-invoice using the system, right? The system so means you are actually using the system signature. So as a company, if you are using a software, the software will need to handle the digital signature part. Do we need to create account on LHDN before? Yes, not really create, you just go and register. But we are not really sure yet how it works in my invoice portal. System crash, still need hard copy. Not likely. They spend millions on their system. But now can talk, cannot practice. Okay. If 50% or that one, I think I already answer. No. If 50% deposit requires issue e-invoice, in manufacturing cannot do item assembly yet. It will be lower than the minimum unit price key in our system. So how? I don't really understand your question. It will be lower than the minimum unit price key in our system. The 50% deposit, the 50% is you just submit whatever invoice that you issue. But then you will be issuing another invoice for the rest, for the remaining 50%, right? For the 50% deposit, if it's not refundable, yes, you need to issue out an e-invoice. And then the 50% remaining, you still need to issue out the remaining of the 50%. If customer requests cancel, supplier don't do action, yeah, you can do that. Can we still able to watch? Yes. If is Q&A put in the e-invoice module inside the system already, you will need to upgrade to the version that contains e-invoice module. Okay, can I have some case using Consolidated? Yes, you can do that. Some of it where you can report using Consolidated e-invoice. Some of it you can issue using normal e-invoice. Okay, if for entertainment billing, dining with supplier, we need to request e-invoice. And yes, you need to issue e-invoice under company name. Can we still can report to LB file on prison? So the have to separate out. Yes, they have to separate out the invoices that issue on the spot and those are with consolidated invoice. Yeah, what else? Any other questions? Can staff general tax, no e-invoice to claim? Currently, they don't have any gazetted laws yet about this. But this is only the first year, and then it's before e-invoice. So after e-invoice implemented, the tax regulation, the income tax 1967, the one, it might change again about e-invoice, whether they were actually saying that, oh, if you don't use e-invoice, you cannot claim for tax. That one, these clause have not been gazetted or have been tabled yet lah. So we will still need to wait for the updates. You know how often the tax regulation renew every year. I've contacted your salesperson. Oh, okay. Do you mind? Later we will have a survey form. So, Ka Liang here, is it possible to let me know what is your company name, and then I help you check again. After scan QR code, content missing. What do you mean? If sub-company don't have their own accounting staff, by mid of the next month, they send all documents to main office for recording any implication. Then do you charge your sub-company for the services that you provided for the accounting service? If yes, definitely there will be an e-invoice. If no, you are doing that for free, then no e-invoice. If staff claim using consolidated e-invoice, how will staff claim using consolidated e-invoice? The consolidated e-invoice is only issued by the business. If your staff is if your staff is individual taxpayers, they cannot issue any e-invoice. You cannot use self-bill for claim. This one, all right, so for claim, let me just go through all this and then we'll actually touch on the claim part. So the disbursement and reimbursement part, right? Here, for disbursement and reimbursement part means that it will actually involve 3 parties. So the second party is on supplier 2 is myself. And then I will serve my customer. This is my customer buyers. And then in the course of serving my customer, I go and request for other suppliers help so that I can fulfill the buyer's request for the service that I provided. Okay, so for example, the supplier 2 here, I'm an event management company. So means I help people to organize event. I help them to organize all the things they don't want to deal with, weddings and so on. So currently buyers here's company A, he come and request my help to actually organize an event for them in Sabah, for example. So it means that if I base in Semenanjung, it means that I have to fly to Sabah to actually go and recce the location. I need to go there with my crew to organize the whole thing, right? So within the cost that in this, right, I need to send my crew to Sabah. I need to go myself to recce the location and so on. This all requires another supplier's help. For example, if I want to fly to Sabah, I need to book a flight ticket. So AirAsia or the flight company will be one of my supplier. Okay. And then if I go for accommodation, I need to look for accommodation. I need to look for venue. So these are all different suppliers. So in this cost, in this case, right, when I go and ask for these suppliers for quotation and or so on, I can ask them to actually issue the e-invoice directly to my supplier, like this case, to my supplier. So it means that I ask the hotel, hey, you don't issue the e-invoice to my company, you issue the e-invoice directly to my customer. So, but then I pay for this, the payment first. Okay, so right now, right, how do I do claim back to from my customer here? I pass the e-invoice to my buyers, and then the buyers pay me back. So the claim is like this. But then for the hotel venue and my customers, the whole business is settled already. So there'll be no issue because I already issue an e-invoice to cater this one, right? But then only the claim part you will need to claim that from the client. That's all. But then from my part, myself as a supplier, event company, and my customer, company A here, I will still need to issue an e-invoice for my services, right? So my services is to organize the event for company A. So my services may be worth like 10,000. But then my venue here, maybe it's worth 12,000 for the venue that they book. All right, so the 12,000 will not be included in my e-invoice because there is already another e-invoice that actually paid by the buyers already. So in my e-invoice, I will only include the first thing, my services to organize the event, 10,000. That's all. Right? Even though the payment is made by me, but then I will be using the e-invoice that I get from this supplier to claim back the money that I pay. Okay, so this is the first scenario. The second one, if under the circumstances, my agreement with my company is like this, saying that, the first, I will charge you with my service 10,000. But then the second, because I will need to arrange a lot of accommodation for my crew, traveling charges for my crew, and so on. So this I will give you a package lah, 20,000 included in the whole service. Okay, so the company and my buyers agree, say, okay lah, 20,000 I will pay for the accommodation and traveling charges. So in this case, when I go and look for AirAsia, I go and look for the taxi, I go for look for the ground traveling accommodation, the hotel, and so on. I will say, okay, you don't have to charge my customer, you charge me directly. Then it become my cost. So in here, whatever payment, whatever charges that I have with these suppliers will be on myself. And then I will only charge my customer with another item. The first item is still be the service, the main one, your business nature one. The service, 10,000. And then the second one is what we have agreed with our company, with our customer. The accommodation and traveling charges of the crew, 20,000. So in this case, you can include the accommodation and also traveling charges of this into your e-invoice. So the differences is only in the details, that where you should include, where you should not include. So these are the two scenarios that involve e-invoice. Other than that, it doesn't involve lah. And then for employee claims, I think a lot of people actually ask about the claim. So the employee claims actually covers benefit and also company expenses that is paid by the employee first. Means the employee already pay, and then they get the e-invoice from the suppliers that they are dealing with, and then pass back the invoices or the receipt back to the financial department to do claim. Okay, so the claims here only involve those. Okay, so it only applies to benefit expenses with e-invoice. If you don't have any e-invoice that you are from that you can get, then doesn't applies in the e-invoice here. All right, so this is the benefit as that you have e-invoice as the supporting document. All right. Okay, so for the e-invoice of the employer here, so means that your employee needs to get the e-invoice from the supplier lah. If you don't have the supporting document, it doesn't apply here. That what it will actually goes is that you have to make sure that the invoice whether is issued under the employer's name or the employee's name. So there will be only two scenarios. The billing information, is it towards the employee himself or towards the company himself? So here the requirements of e-invoice for this is actually you will need to educate your employees, your staff. Make sure that the e-invoice that they issue out, right? Please, if possible, make sure that the billing information is billed directly to the company, to the employer himself. Okay, to the extent possible. So there will be some scenarios where the supplier is unable to change the name to company. We will actually involve that later. So currently, the employee say, okay, the claim that I'm doing now, okay, I will told the supplier saying that, okay, so this one you don't bill my name, you bill directly my company's name. Okay, so here the employee still pay for the service or the goods, and then they will use this e-invoice to do claim, like what you do currently with your operation. The claim operation will still be the same within your company yourself, but then only you have to let your employees know, if possible, any receipt, any e-invoice you request from the suppliers, if it's for company's claim purposes, make sure that is billed to the company directly. Okay, so this is to the possible extent. So if no choice, for example, if I have what do you call that, if the company they give the employees a benefit to cover the employees residential utility bills. So for this one, right, is it possible for the employee to go and ask TNB, Tenaga Nasional Berhad, or the Indah Water to actually call them and then say, ask, hey, can you change the bill name to my company, my own residential electrical bill? Can you change the name of the owner to the company? I don't think so, right? So in this case, is the employee try, but then the billing, the e-invoice billing information will still go back to the employee himself. This one no choice. So in this case, the seller or the service provider still issue the e-invoice to the employee. They still make the payment, but then they will accept this exception. They will accept this exception, provided this benefit or the claim or the expenses is clearly stated in the employee's policy, employee's handbook, anything black and white that is stated in your company's policy. Okay, so make sure that for your employee, right, the first thing after e-invoice implemented, especially after July 2025, when the employees go and do claim and so on, make sure to ask them, get e-invoice. Don't get me a handwritten receipt anymore. Okay, so get e-invoice, that's one thing. And then the second one is make sure that, if possible, bill the company directly. If not possible, list out your things, those benefits or those expenses that cannot be billed directly to the companies. Make sure that you list out that one, and then put that in your employer's policy. If you don't have one, draft it now, draft it early, so that you will have something to refer to. Okay, so this is the regulations that actually stated in the guidelines, saying that if the employee's billing party is not the employer himself, you have to make sure that this item is stated in your employee's policy. All right, so for this one, right, they have some exception if the supplier is a foreign supplier. For example, your benefit or the package that you are covering for your employees, the employees have looked for a foreign supplier. So for foreign supplier, it's okay also, but then they have to make sure that it's stated clearly in your employer's policy. If it's company expenses, for example, you go overseas for outstation, you're doing outstation work, also the same. Make sure that the transaction can be proven. For example, I go Singapore outstation. I need to pay for my hotel accommodation in Singapore, but then this is foreign supplier, right? You can actually ask the hotel to actually issue the what do you call that? the fees or the expenses on the company's name itself. But then you have to make sure that these expenses can be proven. All right, both how to prove that black and white. All right, so for this one, it actually stated here, it will accept foreign suppliers' receipt bill or invoices as proof of expenses. You don't have to do any self-bill to validate that. Okay, so this only applies in claim, employees claim. All right, so here, no lending system. Not really sure what you mean about that. But your AI Cloud no lending system. For the QR code, do we need to use? I don't think so. I think normal app will do. Hold on, let me. I don't think so. I think it's you can use normal QR code. If you cannot scan the QR code, you can just go directly to our Facebook. The first post, the latest post will be the lucky draw post. Payment receipt need updated every day. I don't think it's related to e-invoice, right? How to deal with petty cash transaction. What kind of petty cash transaction that you are saying here? Oh, you're saying lending cost module, is it? Yeah, so it's in future, not now, yeah. How about fuel receipt? Fuel receipt, you have to get e-invoice from the from BHP or Shell or the big company lah. Can we still able to? Yes, you can still watch this after live. Date receipt must sync with e-invoice. Not really. Okay, if the company purchased goods services from the foreigner, would this purchase be deduction as the invoice received from foreign supplier is not captured? So for foreign suppliers, meaning that the supplier is in Singapore, is in Indonesia, not in Malaysia, you can do self-bill. How about for the foreign workers? They need to apply TIN number. So foreign workers actually depends actually after I think for all foreigners, if they stay in Malaysia for more than 182 days, they will need to submit for PCB also, right? So from there, they should have a TIN number. Performa invoice is within the accounting system. It's within the accounting system. When you issue performa invoice, it means it's still not an actual e-invoice. So if it's not an actual e-invoice, means you are still not ready to submit that as an e-invoice. So it doesn't affect the e-invoice submission here. Refundable deposit does not need to issue e-invoice. Personal trade-in and stock exchange. Big income in e-invoice era. Personal trade-in stock exchange market. Okay, I know whether when we purchase the goods or parts from overseas, you still need. Yes, you still need to issue an e-invoice using self-bill. Restaurant give monthly cash for restaurant buy fresh raw and material. So do they need to request it? Yes, they need to request e-invoice from the supermarket. Parking toll based on receipt also. Yeah. Parking, you can actually ask the parking there to actually issue you an invoice. For toll claim, if you are using touch and go, the employee's own personal touch and go lah. Make sure that the statement or the receipt that you allow them to claim for toll and claim of the that is using employees own touch and go card. Foreign buyers need e-invoice. Yes, you do self-bill. How to take out fixed deposit income? How to take up? Okay, I don't really understand your question. Take out fixed deposit income for company. Fixed deposit income is by bank, right? If it's fixed deposit income is bank, then the bank will need to issue the e-invoice to you lah. So proprietorship, I'm the business owner. If petrochem also, yes, petrochem also under your name. The petrol chips each or get in one total and ask the petrol kiosk to issue. That one really depends on your agreement with petrol. So if you are using a petrol card or things like that, they will issue you a statement type of transaction, right? So that will be an e-invoice. If you are going to petrol and then you are pumping it like one time like that, definitely you will need to get each e-invoice for each of your transaction with the fuel company. You can use my invoice portal definitely, but we will actually recommend you using a system that would be much more convenient for you, because in my invoice portal you will still need to have time to actually go through what is provided by the my invoice portal system. You can do that. So the next chapter we will be covering is about self-bill e-invoice. So I think on accounting, right, there will be two parts that will be a very big part of your business. The first is on your sales. The second will be on your expenses. So self-bill e-invoice is your expenses. So these expenses will cater all these expenses where your supplier cannot issue you a Malaysia e-invoice. Okay, so for example, if you go and ask a Singapore seller to actually issue you e-invoice, yes, they can issue you e-invoice. They issue you a Singapore e-invoice. So in that case, Malaysia system cannot accept other companies' e-invoice because they are totally different format for totally different purposes. So when you are Malaysia business, right, you need to make sure that the expenses that you actually spend for this Singapore seller, right, is tax deductible. So in this case, you need to convert your purchase invoice to a self-bill e-invoice. Okay, so just validate the purchase invoice, that's all. All right, so in this case, right, after you issue a self-bill e-invoice, you will need to share the supplier e-invoice to your customer. Okay, so this is actually for those supplier that is within in Malaysia. So for foreign suppliers, is not necessary lah. You can still share them normal invoice because they doesn't really need to go into LHDN system to check whether the invoice is validated or not. So, but for other party, for example, if your agent, dealer, distributors are Malaysian, you need to share the supplier e-invoice to them. Okay, so it actually depends on the recipient lah. So the self-bill e-invoice only allow for these transactions. Not every transactions is allow you to actually do self-billing. Okay, so it only applies to payment to agent, dealers, distributor, including your referrals, introducer fees, and so on. So for them, right, they as an agent, dealer, distributor, they don't have to issue you any e-invoice, but you yourself, you will need to issue an e-invoice when you are issuing any payment vouchers, any purchase invoice, any bill. All right. And goods sold or services rendered by foreign suppliers, I think a lot of you actually ask, if I buy things from foreign suppliers, do I need an e-invoice? Yes, you do. But it's not provided by the foreign supplier. You yourself have to do self-billing. Okay. And then profit distribution. If you are not under the section of 108, means you are not exempted from tax for the dividend that you receive, and you are not listed, your company is not listed on Bursa Malaysia, you will need to issue an e-invoice, a self-bill e-invoice for the dividend that the company is issued to their shareholders. All right, this is profit distribution. E-commerce will have a section cover that, don't worry. And payout to all betting and gaming winners. This is only for if you are the organizer for the betting, if you are the owner of the betting company or the gaming company. Okay, so this is actually payout to the winners, meaning that when the company or the betting company or the winner company, for example, Toto or Magnum, when they issue out the money, the prize money to the winners, they will need to do self-bill. All right, so why? Because I think most of the winners is not on company base, right? There will be not one company saying that, oh, I have an additional extraordinary income from prize money. Nothing like that, right? Even you go and buy Toto, you cannot buy on your company's behalf. The winner is only on individual. So individual cannot issue you e-invoice. The betting and gaming company or the organizer, they will need to issue an e-invoice for that when they are doing payment. Okay, and then acquisition of goods and services. If your supplier is an individual taxpayers who is not conducting a business, all right, individual taxpayers, like we have mentioned many times. For example, if I hire a part-timers to clean my office area and so on, they do not have any companies for the services that they are provided. You will need to issue a self-bill to cater your expenses. And then interest payment. So interest payment will have some exception. So interest payment, this is actually referring to the interest payment like intercompany. If you are borrowing money to your sub company, and then you have this interest that you charge your sub company, the sub company will need to do a self-bill e-invoice for the interest payment that they're going to pay back to the head company. Okay, so let me just go through one by one. So self-bill e-invoice transaction involve payment to agent. So this will involve also three parties. Okay, so here agent, dealer, distributor. Okay, and then this is the buyers, and then this is the business. So the agent will actually sell the product or services on behalf of this business to the buyers, right? So for the purchase of the goods or services, the sellers will issue a normal e-invoice to the buyers. So this one, no issue, okay? So there will be one e-invoice here. But then the sellers still need to issue another e-invoice to actually pay the commission to the agent, dealer, or distributor, or introducer. So here, there will be another e-invoice. Normally, we will use payment voucher and so on to actually issue out the commission and so on, right? But in this case, you need to convert your payment voucher and validate that as an e-invoice. Okay, so let's go through a scenario here. So Share Automotive Senyum Berhad is actually a car dealer, a car dealer. Okay, a car dealer. So now Ali is the sales agent that works for Share Automotive. So one day Ali sold a car at the price of 600,000. Okay, he sells a car. So Share Automotive here will issue an e-invoice to the buyers somewhere around here, outside of this diagram here. Okay, so they will issue an e-invoice for the selling of the car. Okay, so right now, Share Automotive still need to issue out another e-invoice, a self-bill e-invoice to Ali to record the commission that he paid to Ali. Okay, so here it actually says that the self-bill is actually acts as the proof of income for Ali, for your agent, and also the proof of expenses for the company. Okay, so this is the sample of e-invoice that you can see from here. You can actually see the letterhead here is Share Automotive, and then the supplier here is Ali. If you remember, only supplier can issue e-invoice, right? But then because Ali here is not able to issue an e-invoice to Share Automotive have to do self-billing to capture this agent commission. Okay, so you can see the supplier team is actually Ali's information. The buyer's team is actually the Share Automotive. So in accounting application, you will need to issue a payment voucher, right, for Ali. So payment voucher will have a validation button for you to submit that as an e-invoice. But then you will need to get the information from Ali. What is their their, what do you call that, PIN number, what is their income tax number, what is their IC, what is their name, what is their address, what is their contact number, email, and so on. Okay, so this is what is required from the self-bill supplier, the information. Okay, so right. So another self-bill e-invoice type is the cross-border transaction, which involve when you're buying things from foreign supplier. Okay, from foreign supplier. So goods sold or service rendered by foreign seller to Malaysian purchaser, you need to issue out normal invoice, or you can directly just issue out an e-invoice. Sorry, I terbalik already. Sorry. So this one actually you are the Malaysian seller, right? Malaysian buyers. So when they send you the supply invoice, the foreign seller send you the supply invoice, you just record that in your accounting system as a purchase invoice and then validate that as an e-invoice. That's all. But then you will still need to gather their information now, like their address, the company name, the contact number, as much information as you can get. Because if you still remember in the first section, the offenses of not able to prove that the supplier, the self-bill supplier is the one that is existed, is an offense. All right. So Malaysian purchaser, they will assume the role of supplier and then issue out a self-bill e-invoice to prove that this is my expenses. Okay. So for the foreign supplier part, there will be importation involved. So means that they will to go through custom and so on. So for importation of goods means they have to go through custom, those items. The Malaysian purchaser have to issue the self-bill e-invoice after custom clearance. After custom clearance, not before custom clearance. After custom clearance, and then you need to issue the self-bill e-invoice before the end of next month of the custom clearance date. For example, you obtain your custom clearance on May of today, for example, 7th of May. Okay, custom clearance 7th of May. Whether the invoice date is April or so on, doesn't involve here. So you obtain the custom clearance on May of 7th. You have to issue the self-bill e-invoice before end of June, before 30th of June. Okay, so this is the condition of importation of goods. For importation of services, right, the self-bill e-invoice should be issued when you make payment to the foreign supplier, or when you receive the supply invoice from the foreign supplier, whichever that is earlier. And then if you make the payment first, you have to make sure that the self-bill e-invoice is actually issued before the end of current month. For example, I make payment today, I have to make sure that I issue the self-bill e-invoice before 31st of May. Okay, so, or if I receive the supply invoice first, for example, I receive it next month, I have to make sure that I have to issue the self-bill e-invoice before 30th of June, depending on when you are receiving this first. This is for services. For goods, you have to wait for the custom. Because when you are issuing the self-bill e-invoice for foreign supplier, there will be certain information you need to input also. For example, the Incoterms, your FTA, your exporter certified number, your custom number, and so on. Okay, so here is about a scenario. Okay, so let's say if you have employees that often send their cars, or they often go to an illegal immigrant services, they always spend money there, and then they want to claim back from company. Okay, so this is one of the scenario lah. They send car to be washed by illegal immigrant. Okay, car wash service, because it's very cheap. All right, so so after e-invoice implemented, what do you think will be the e-invoice treatment in this case. Yes, sales commission paid to staff still need to issue an self-bill e-invoice. What do you think for this question? This is owned by illegal immigrant, means that you don't really can get the actual tax information from this immigrant to actually issue out a self-bill. So in this case, right, definitely there will be no e-invoice if your supplier is an illegal immigrant. Cannot self-bill, definitely cannot, because even when we are issuing out self-bill e-invoice, you still need the tax information from the supplier. For example, individual taxpayers or your dealer agent or distributor, they will have a proper tax information that can provide to you so that you can issue a self-bill. But then illegal immigrant definitely cannot provide you any legal tax information. I can only say that. Taobao, that one it actually depends on if you have a 代购. If you have 代购, I don't know what is it in English. 代购, what was it? You have to request them to actually provide you the information. So for Taobao, that one, because currently they don't really have any information about this, you have a 代购 company, you get the invoice from them. Yeah. Currently, they don't have any much information about this. If we pay to goods, foreign supplier first, if we pay first before receiving the goods, because it's goods, you still need to wait for the custom clearance. The payment, that one, the condition only applies if you are buying services from foreign supplier. If it's goods, you need to wait for the foreign means you have the agency, right? Request the documentation from agency. Yeah, 代购 purchasing agent. Yeah. And then let's go back some questions. I see there are new questions here. The petrol, okay. Salary, no. Salary is exempted from e-invoice. Don't have to pay for that. Street hawker, yes, street hawker, if they have registered to SSM, means they have license, they will need to find a way to issue an e-invoice. Will data be transferred with upgrade Q&A optimum to cloud accounting? Why will you want to upgrade to cloud accounting? It actually depends. I think this one will need a individual one-to-one consultancy about this. Definitely the data can be transferred, but not all. We can only do like an opening and so on. Like when you are using a new software, we'll be transferring the master data and also the opening balance. Interest payment including it also doesn't say. So interest payment that we know of is actually interest payment. For example, when you are loaning from your head company and so on, and then they have interest that charge you for the loan that they provide to you, then that will be an interest payment that you will need to pay. And then for that you can do self-bill. But if you have mortgage loan from bank will actually issue a statement like e-invoice, and then inside there will be the interest payment will be included there. So for if you are loaning from bank, right, bank will take care of the e-invoice thing. But if you are loaning from your head company, from the group companies, holding the holding companies and so on, you will need to do self-bill for the interest that the company charge you. Rental from individual, yes, you do self-bill. Director allowance fee, no need. That one is not included in e-invoice. Subcon or freelancer payment issue under self-bill? No, actually subcon or freelancer payment, the freelancer are they registered? Are they doing that for part-time? If they are, they need to issue an e-invoice. If the freelancer is an individual doing part-times, yes, you can do self-bill. But subcon, definitely the subcon will need to issue an e-invoice to you. The Q&A Delphi, the data, like what we mentioned, when you transfer to upgrade to Optimum or Q&A Cloud Accounting, the implementation will involve transferring all master data and also opening balances. Sales, like what? Okay, the one I answered already. If local supplier issue invoice on month of May, then we receive goods on month of June. Okay, so e-invoice, right? For this one, right, like what it mentioned, the accounting and tax is actually two different things in this case. So for this one, right, even though your accounting is in June, the invoices actually, the supplier issue by the month of May is okay also, because you can explain how you can explain to the LHDN officer why it's different, then it's okay also. But I don't think LHDN they will actually check until like monthly transaction, monthly total sales and so on. If you pay to goods, okay, that one I think is. But he claimed from company, then you need to make sure that this claim is valid. Like what you just you have to take your you have to take this. If you remember the claim part, right, for employees, make sure that is clearly stated in your employer's policy. This is how this is involved. This is included as a benefit that you provided to your boss, right? So here, make sure that is stated. This is a benefit. You are actually providing. You're actually covering the boss mates services. Make sure that the agency issue the invoice under either is the boss name or the employee's name. Make sure that is stated clearly lah in your employees. All right. So the next type of self-bill invoice is profit distribution. So profit distribution is actually something like dividend. You still issue your dividend voucher as usual, but then you need to convert the dividend voucher as an invoice to validate that as an invoice. So it's the same thing. You need to take all your information, the tax information of your shareholders, their name, their IC, and so on, and then validate that as a self-bill e-invoice. Okay, so like what you mentioned just now, if your company is under this section, which means that the dividend is non-taxable, then you are not required to issue an e-invoice. And then if you are under Bursa Malaysia, you are listed on Bursa Malaysia, you are also not required to issue e-invoice. Other than that, if your company is other than this, you will need to issue an e-invoice for the dividend distribution. And then for individual taxpayers, there will be a lot of scenarios, because like individual taxpayers definitely will go through self-bill e-invoice. So whether the individual is doing part-time with you, when you are issuing a payment voucher for the payment to this certain kakak or person that actually give you services, you just issue a self-bill e-invoice using a payment voucher. That's all. You don't really need to go in the system, there will be no new transaction form for you to do the posting, because the payment voucher will be the transaction form for in this case. And then you just convert this payment voucher as a self-bill e-invoice. But the requirement is, of course, you need to make sure that you have all the tax information of these individual taxpayers. So this one, I don't think we need to answer anymore, right? This is the kakak that comes to office clean like every week. So for how will company declare these expenses? Using payment voucher, convert that as a self-bill e-invoice. That's all. All right, so for another scenario here is Ahmad here. Ahmad is actually a salary working person. Okay, so on November 2024, he decided to sell his gaming console, a second-hand gaming console to IT Computer Sdn Bhd. So this is the question: what type of e-invoice is involved in here? What do you think? You can see that who is Ahmad? Ahmad is actually like us. We're just a salary worker. We receive salary only as our income. We don't have any businesses. So right now he has sold his gaming console to IT Computer Sdn Bhd. So if one of the party here is a business, definitely there will be one e-invoice involved. So in this case, of course, IT Computer himself have to issue a self-bill e-invoice. Okay, because Ahmad is an individual who is not conducting business, they cannot issue you any e-invoice. So IT Computer have to do that by themselves. Yes, correct. All right. And then the next scenario is the rental part. Saloma, the individual taxpayers. He's a primary school teacher, also a salary worker. So he has a land, she has a land, she rented that to XYZ Enterprise, a business. So also the same thing for Saloma. For Saloma, she cannot issue you an e-invoice. So that's why XYZ Enterprise will need to take up the responsible to actually issue out a self-bill e-invoice in this case. Can self-bill e-invoice compile transaction for part-time workers, weekly cleaner services? It depends on you. Depends on you. How you want to issue the invoice is up to you. It still follows the operation of the company. But then the only condition that LHDN requires is that the invoice that you issue needs to be converted into a self-bill e-invoice. All right, so for foreign income, it's the same thing. When you are issuing invoice to your foreign purchaser, you also issue an e-invoice to record the income. Okay, so but then they have a condition here, like you need to issue the invoice latest by the end of the month. Okay, so for e-commerce, there are actually three scenarios only. So this is the overview of how e-commerce transaction is going to take place in Malaysia. The e-commerce platform is in the middle. We have supplier tool for service provider, for example, like the Ninja Van and so on. And then we have supplier one as the merchant. So both apply here. They are the supplier. And then this is the individual buyers like ourselves. Okay, we always browse Shopee and so on. Okay, so currently we will be purchasing things from e-commerce platform, and then these two will be providing the service and also goods to be delivered to the buyers. Okay, so this is the overview of how e-commerce transaction took place. So now, the e-invoice that will involve here actually, like what we mentioned, three types. The first is issuance of e-invoice when we as an individual buyers, we are requesting for an e-invoice. For example, I'm buying balloons for my company's event. Of course, I need to claim back, right? So currently, once I bought it, I will actually request from who? I will request from the e-commerce platform himself. I will not request from the merchant. I will not PM the merchant saying, hey, I need e-invoice for the order of this order. The merchant cannot issue you the e-invoice. They will need to request that from the Shopee, the platform itself. So the platform will responsible to issue normal invoice, normal receipt, or e-invoice, depending whether the buyers requested or not. If the buyers request, they will need to issue an e-invoice. If the buyer did not request, they do consolidated e-invoice. All right. So the second scenario here, once the payment has been concluded, meaning the goods have been sent out to the customers and the customer received, the service provider already done their job, the e-commerce platform will need to issue out the payment to them, right? The payment to the merchant and the service provider, right? So during that time only, the e-commerce platform will do self-bill when they are issuing the payment. So means that the service provider or the merchant that park under this e-commerce platform, right, they don't need to do anything. They just provide the tax information. So this is also a very dangerous egg for merchants if they never register for anything, but then they have received this kind of income. They need to be very careful about the income that they receive, because the tax information will be provided to the e-commerce platform, and then they will use this tax information to issue out the self-bill and then release payment to the merchants and also the service provider. Okay, so if you are any merchant here, any e-commerce merchant here, do we have any e-commerce merchant here? You have an e-commerce shop under Shopee or Lazada or any other e-commerce platform? If you are one of these, if you are a merchant, you just wait for Shopee to request the tax information from you, and then they will do their part. You don't have to do anything for the e-commerce, for the e-invoice part. They don't have to do anything. All right, so for it, and then the last scenario here that involve e-commerce platform, for the sales in via the e-commerce channel, you don't have to issue e-invoice, because the e-commerce platform will actually issue the self-bill e-invoice on your behalf already. Yes, you just ask the employee to request using the company's name. Because when you go and request e-invoice from any platform, they will ask you, what is this your tax information? If it's not, then you need to provide the tax information for them to issue the e-invoice. All right. So the third scenario that we have here is if you are the service provider or you are the merchant, right? When you are using the services of the e-commerce platform, they will impose the charges, right? They will charge you for using their services. They will need to charge you for the services that they provided. So in this case, the e-commerce platform will issue out a normal e-invoice because currently the role of e-commerce platform is a supplier and this is the customer. So they will just issue a normal e-invoice to use for the charges. What should a merchant do to submit tax? Currently, they didn't actually mention that how you want to how you fill up the tax return form and so on. I think in that case, in your P&L, that one you will still input, you will still put that under your company earnings, your sales, and you just submit that as it is. So currently, they will just combine whatever they receive from the e-commerce platform and whatever they receive from the submission of from your own company, the normal e-invoice, and then they can combine the sales whether it's tally with your with the tax return form or not. So it doesn't really have any changes when you are doing tax return submission. All right, so currently we will actually let you know what is our progress, and also if as a merchant in the e-commerce platform, you don't have to issue e-invoice. But if you are selling from maybe you have a retail shop, but then you also have another channel as an e-commerce merchant that part under Shopee, for example. The sales that you sell from your retail shop and the sales that you sell from the e-commerce platform, that will be a different thing. The e-commerce platform one will be submitted. Just wait for the platform. When they issue payment to you, they will do the self-bill e-invoice. But if the sales coming from your retail shop, you still do consolidated like normal, or other channel depending on what are the things that you are selling. Okay, so for the features that will be involved in our e-invoice module, just let you know, the e-invoice module is available in Q&A Optimum and also Q&A Air Cloud Accounting. So these two are actually two different products. Q&A Optimum is the Windows application. When you open your accounting software and you see this, then you know that's Optimum. If you open you can open your accounting system using a browser. This is Q&A Air Cloud Accounting. So these two are different products. This is cloud-based, meaning that you can actually open the system directly from using any browser. But this one you need to do installation in your own computer system. Okay, so e-invoice module is available in these two products only. So if it's Q&A Delphi, Q&A Delphi will not be compliant with e-invoice. So if you are still using that, please contact us. Let us know what we can do to help you. All right, so the first thing that we have is wizard, because because our e-invoice module actually separated into two parts. The first part will be about onboarding. So onboarding will involve preparation for yourself as a seller, preparation for your customer, making sure all your customer tax informations are ready, and your stock and services item for the classification code. You need to assign classification code for all the items that you included in your e-invoice. Okay, and then what else? I think that's all. And then the second part will be about transmission, and also how you submit your e-invoice, and also the automation that we do in our system. Okay, so as you can see, this e-invoice wizard is applicable in Q&A Cloud Accounting. If you have database cloud hosting, it also applies. If you are Optimum local server user, after upgrade, you will have this in wizard also. So the wizard will actually let you select what is your effective month when you are starting to submit for e-invoice. This will actually affect how system filter the transaction in your system. For example, if I started on August 2024, you only transaction from August 2024 onwards will have the e-invoice validation button. Only system will allow you to submit for e-invoice. Okay? And then it also involve other, for example, like your company information. So this is a tools for you to prepare yourself as a seller. So when you are a seller, you also need to provide this information. For example, your company name, your business registration number, your tax information. MSIC code is actually for you to choose. You need to choose what is your business nature. Business nature here, your email. This email is not a compulsory field, but we recommend that you include this also lah. And then the address, the company address. So these are all the required fields when you are issuing any e-invoice. So we will actually prepare yourself as a seller, and also if you are SST registrant, that will be on the next page, and any payment method, and also come to the last, which is master data validation. So here, system will actually ask you whether you want to continue to do your validation for your master files or not. So you can actually close this. You can actually close this wizard anytime you want, and then rerun it again anytime. So after a wizard is our advisor. So the advisor will actually tackles all the master files information. The master file information, including your customer and also stock and services item. The suppliers e-invoice has the supply information for tax information, right, is a little bit different than the customer and stock and services item, because not all suppliers requires all tax information, because normally if your supplier is Malaysian business, they will issue out the e-invoice for you. So means that your expenses will be reported to LHDN used by your supplier. So means you have to make sure that your supplier has submitted the validated e-invoice on your behalf. Okay, if those suppliers are under the self-bill transaction that we mentioned just now, those few, for example, individual taxpayers or foreign suppliers, you will need to open a switch there to actually enable the suppliers saying that, oh, this supplier is actually a self-bill supplier, because they are not, because I need to make sure that all the purchase invoice, bills, or payment voucher, not payment voucher, all these transactions that I issue under this supplier, I will need to do validation. So that will be another thing that you need to do lah. So this will currently involve two tabs, which is customers and also stock and services item. So for customer, when you click on inquiry, the list of the, what do you call that? When you click on inquiry, if the customer do not have any, you do not have complete information of the e-invoice requirement, does not fulfill the e-invoice requirement tax information, means it's not complete lah. It will be listed out here. So what you can do here, you can see there's a request info here. You can actually click all these information, making sure you can actually send out a link for them to fill up the information and then return back to us. But then e-invoice advisor is available for cloud accounting and data and optimal with database cloud hosting and also local server. Yes, they have this inquiry option. But then if you to send out information like this one, right, for email or request info, this is another function. This is another function which we will cover later on. So what the invoices would the advisor will do, it will actually list out the customers that do not have any information, do not have enough information to issue e-invoice, and then you as the user, you can click on the code here, and then it will lead you back to the customer's maintenance, and then you can update from there. So that's one thing. And then it also incorporate with the customer request info features, where you can actually request the information by email, WhatsApp, Telegram, or just copy link. But this, like what we mentioned, only do not apply if you are using Q&A Optimum with local server, which means that one of your computer is a server, then it doesn't apply. But if you are using, if you have subscribed for cloud database hosting, then this function is available. Okay, so the request customer info, how it will look like. Like, see here. If you are local server, then you won't have this feature lah. Okay, so but if you are using cloud, AI cloud accounting or Optimum database cloud hosting, this information will be included. So request customer info, what it will do. So the first thing you can do batch email. You just whatever customers you need to, and then just click on batch email and then send out all the links to your customer. But make sure that the email is available. If you don't have email, we cannot batch email also. And then you can also choose whether you want to share the link using email, WhatsApp, Telegram, or just copy the link. Okay. And then the link will actually lead the customers to this page. You have the basic details or the tax information, SST, and so on. The billing information, delivery. If you remember, if your billing address, the delivery address is different than your billing address, the customer can create their own delivery address here. Okay, and then the next one will be they need to verify the verify themselves lah, if they are the customer. So here we will send you we'll send the customer a passcode to this email, and then the customer will need to verify it's themselves lah, because when we are sending out links to outside, we don't know which who will be clicking on the link. So we have to make sure that everything is updated correctly. So that's why we have this verification process for the customer. So once they are validated, once they submitted their information, the information will be received by our system. System will actually have a process of that to approve or reject the information that received by the customer. If you approve or accept the changes, it will override the customer information. Okay, so this is the update tax info where you will receive the customer information here. You can see the status pending. So what you need to do is to accept the changes. And then once accepted, only it will override the information. Okay, so another channel for you to actually share the link is from when you are issuing sales invoice. Later on, we'll add in the same format under quotation, sales order, DO. So each of these transactions will have a new report format, sales invoice for request customer info QR. So what will be in this? Because we know that business, when they have been ongoing business for almost 30 years, 20 years. They are hundreds, even thousands of customers in their system. So how do we know which one we are still required to comply with e-invoice? You can use this one to do early preparation. So once you have generated the information, the invoice using that format, you will have this QR code here. So what the customer needs to do is actually scan the QR code, and then it will lead them back to the web portal just now. Okay, so if you wanted, you can actually start to scan here. You can actually try out, experience the customer's web portal, how it looks like. So this one is working one, okay. So this is already released in our Q&E AI Cloud Accounting. You can actually try this out anytime you want. Just register an account in our Q&E AI Cloud Accounting to start off. Okay, so why need to will be in which month? Okay, so we will have 2 times of upgrading. The first will be around May or May, I think it's around this month. I think they already started, but then I'm not really sure how they send out the survey form. You can actually request them to with this one. And then the second upgrade will be around I think it's July. Then the first upgrade will involve those required fields for e-invoice. The second upgrade will involve the features that we mentioned here. Okay, why need to set up payment method? Okay, so one of the e-invoice e-invoice not required lah, but one of the e-invoice information that included in the SDK in the software development kit is the payment method code, payment mode. So It's optional. You don't have to, it's not compulsory for you to set up this one. Local server version also can print out the QR code. No. For local server version, this one does not apply. You will need to subscribe to our cloud database, because local server we cannot get the information directly. Yeah, for customer request info, not applicable to Optimum with local server. Only applies to cloud database hosting user. So if you try that one, but then the verification, of course, you cannot go there because it's on my own email. So I will receive a lot of like passcode and requesting to change the information. And then going to the transaction part. Transaction part means that once you're ready, you can issue invoice already. How do you submit your e-invoice? So currently we have this e-invoice power search is also is applied to all our product lah. Q&A cloud accounting and also Q&A Optimum, whether you are local or cloud hosting database. Okay, so currently, of course, in all the transaction screen, sales invoice, sales debit note, sales credit note, where else? Purchase invoice if it's self-bill, you will have this e-invoice validation button. So you can click on this to submit anytime. After you save your invoice, just click this one to submit for e-invoice. So this is one by one. Okay, so another features that we will be included is what we call the e-invoice power search. So here you can do batch submission. Do the filter here, inquiry, list out all the transactions, and then those without e-invoice status with pending submission or invalid, it will be listed out here. You can do submission by batch in this screen. And then you can do inquiry to check whether everything is been submitted, everything has been validated, if there's any cancel e-invoice status. So this is important. Why? Because if you remember, after you submitted your e-invoice, right, your operation doesn't stop there. You still need to share your e-invoice embedded with QR code. Remember, embedded with QR code, that version to your customer. So this is a screen for you to recheck everything. Oh yeah. But okay, so this one is validate expenses. So I think as an accountant, once you hear about the requirement, what we mentioned is the customers will be very they will take the what the customer receive the supplier invoice that you receive will actually be a big part of your accounting life later on, because you need to make sure that the supplier invoice that you receive are actually e-invoice. You don't want to receive a fake one. If not, later on, if the regulation change or the law change, you might not be able to deduct for these expenses that you spend. Okay, so validating your expenses is very important also. So currently in Optimum and also Q&A cloud accounting, we will have a facility for you to do the validation. But that one is not this one. This one is another features in Q&A cloud accounting only in our quick scan. So if you are our Q&A AI cloud accounting user, you will know that we have this AI module with quick scan. So what you will need to do, just do whatever that you are doing now. Upload your payment voucher, supplier bill, and then system will add in this invoice information to identify the unique identifier number and also validation date and time. So these are some additional features that will be incorporated with the AI function here. Okay, so other than that, we also have other functions to handle self-bill, to have field control setting, effective month. I think we already covered that in the wizard. Consolidated, to handle consolidated invoice, including all the number range that we mentioned just now, the chain, if you still remember, and approval. Okay, so another call out to our lucky draws winner. If you still haven't joined it, please join. Please join now. We will stop the. We will stop at I think after 5 minutes. Any one of you, please like, share, comment in this post. Let me see if I can. Right? Okay. You can scan here or go to our Facebook Q&A Software Malaysia. And then just give us a like, share, and also please comment. Let us know what do you think about today's webinar. And then we will actually choose our lucky draw winner by the end of this session. Yes, and then after that, after this, we will go through Q&A Air Cloud Accounting, just a very brief introduction about what Q&A Air Cloud Accounting is about and how the AI features that is involved in this product. And also, I have one e-invoice features that I did not share in the module just now, which is will be presented later together with our AI feature for Q&A Air Cloud Accounting. Local version, no. For local version, you can subscribe for the cloud database hosting. So cloud database hosting actually means that you are hosting your server, the database in our cloud server, which is managed by Microsoft Azure SQL. So they are the professional of keeping the database on cloud. So if you subscribe to that one, then you will have the the features that involve all the QR. For example, the request customer info, and also later on the e-invoice request QR that I will be presenting also. Okay, so can Constellation using yeah, we will have training for e-invoice module later on, don't worry. Yeah, we will have that one, but currently the version is not ready yet. After LHDN validate the e-invoice with QR code, I just have some things to add on to Kasia's question about conduct step-by-step guide session using Q&A. We will actually invite our users come to our office to do a training for e-invoice module, so don't worry about that. Validate after LHDN validate the e-invoice with QR code, we need to send personally to customer. Yeah. The QR code will be stored in the system. Definitely. The QR code will be stored in the system. Because the QR code is actually formed by the validation link that we receive from LHDN. Okay, so all right, so let's start off. This will take just a very brief time. Don't worry, it won't take long. So Q&A Air Cloud Accounting is a new product in that we have developing. I think for about 3 or 4 years already. Yes. For the QR is for the, you mean the QR for the e-invoice, right? For the validated e-invoice, right? Yes, that one will be stored. Okay, so here in account accounting, we are compliant with tax and also e-invoice. And one of our USP is that we are actually AI cloud accounting, our proposition in the market. So not just accounting software, we also provide a lot of automation using AI and to help to ease the job of accountants. Other than that, as the whole app is on cloud-based, right? So means that we can actually promote collaboration with a lot of other outside party. For example, with your customer, with your supplier, and we can, like what we are sharing just now, we can actually throw out a link to them, and then after they fill up the information, they can throw it back to us. And then we can exchange information in real time using because both of the information are shared on cloud. So that's why cloud-based is quite important in this sense. Whatever, a lot of things that we are using currently are either cloud or AI. For example, Canva that we are using for marketing purposes. A lot of AI tools that we are using are actually cloud-based. So this is important in future trend. That's why we are developing this product. The AI module that we have, the first one is Quick Scan. So Quick Scan is for you to actually upload your document up in our system, and then the system will, based on the setting that you set before, train my Quick Scan here, you can do the setting before or after you have uploaded your document. So Quick Scan, what it will do for accountants, it will actually help them to do the posting. But the posting, of course, is based on the setting that you preset to them, or when you upload your information, and then you can do the setting directly when you are doing the posting. Uploading, system will scan, you can save time for your entry. Okay, so let me just show you.
Are you tired of time-consuming hassle of manual data entry? Do errors in your financial records keep you up at night? Say goodbye to these challenges with Quick Scan, the revolutionary OCR module by Q&E Cloud Accounting. Quick Scan isn't just another document converter. It's your personalized financial assistant. With its advanced optical character recognition technology, Quick Scan transforms printed and handwritten documents into accurate transaction entry. Imagine a scenario where our sales executive always on the go to travel to different places, while our accounting staff receives numerous invoices from a travel agency every month for transport, accommodation, travel visas, and more. QuickScan simplifies the complexity. It learns and categorizes these travel expenses effortlessly. With just a scan, QuickScan identifies and records the details, ensuring accurate financial records without the danger. You can train your QuickScan robot. It can handle invoices, receipts, and utility bills effortlessly. Simplify your task with QuickScan and experience hassle-free automation. QuickScan slashes the time spent on manual input. Its built-in algorithms guarantee accuracy, eliminating human errors and financial discrepancy. By automating your data entry and speeding up the entire process, QuickScan not only saves you precious time, but also valuable resources. Focus on strategic business activities and let QuickScan handle the paperwork. QuickScan isn't just a tool, it's your intelligent assistant transforming tedious data entries into a seamless, automated process. Experience the future of accounting with Q&E Cloud Accounting's QuickScan.
Okay, so that's about Quick Scan. Oh my gosh, where am I now? You guys can listen to the video, right? The video got sound. Okay, so what is this different than other scan and upload accounting software that we have? We have Train My Quick Scan. So this, you can take this like a setting for your AI. So this is actually to train the robot in the system to actually convert the posting according to your setting. And then the more setting that you add on to this Train My Quick Scan, the more posting you can do using just uploading features, just uploading the files, and then everything can be captured directly and post it as a double entry. Furthermore, the attachment, the documents that you uploaded will be attached to the document itself. So anytime you can save space, you can you don't have to keep the files and everything. And no, Miss Me here. This is not additional module for Optimum. This is AI module in Q&E AI Cloud Accounting, so it's a different product. Just need to make sure of that. And then the next AI tools that we have is QBot. So QBot, as the name suggested, is a robot. So what does the robot do? I just show you in our video here.
Are you tired of getting lost in the maze of complex menus? Visit
Okay. So that is Qbot. So this is actually a tools for your boss. Accountants might not need this because they know where the reports is stored. But bosses, if they never use the accounting system before, definitely how they will ask, what is your sales, what is my bank balance, and so on, right? They will ask the accountant. Middle in the night, 10 p.m. Everyone sleep already. Oh. Can you guys hear me? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Cannot hear. Hold on. Now can. Oh, okay. So just now the video, no sound also. Can we play the video? No sound. It's okay lah. Later you go for 5 minutes. I think it's connection problem. Wait. Hold on. So what I wanted to emphasize is about the Qbot. What is for is actually for your bosses. Can hear now also no sound. Hello. Can hear me now? What about now? Hello. Testing. Can you hear my voice? Hello. Can. Call lover. Oh, okay. Hold on. Sorry. Are you guys? What about now? Can you hear my voice, right? Okay. Technical accident. So sorry about that. So for the Qbot, right? Actually, we are deciding this for the sake of our bosses. and directors that they seldom go into the accounting system. So if they want certain information, right, normally what they will do, they will actually ask, can I request the can I just they will just call the accountants and then say, Miss Tan, can you share me some information about my sales, about the bank balance? So we are saving the time for definitely optimum. The whole system can use e-invoice. Don't worry. Okay, so don't worry about that. Okay, so the keyboard is actually for the director's sake lah, to save the accountant's time and also the boss's time. If they suddenly wanted to know what is their sales figure in the middle of the night, they don't have to call you, they don't have to wait. They can just chat with our keyboard and then get the answer directly from the system. So this is what we call a collaboration within the company, outside the company, however you like. So this is the benefit of cloud-based. And then the next automation or AI tools that we have is Q&E e-invoice, QR. So this is special functions that we are using for e-invoice, especially for those that you need to issue pro forma invoice and then you are not sure whether the customer need an e-invoice or not. You can send them this information. You see, also another QR here. So what the customer need to do here is actually just scan. Whenever they feel like they need to ask for the e-invoice, they just fill up the information, submit that on your behalf. Your system will capture, so means that the button is actually at the customer side. Because our information is completed, we are lacking their tax information. So once the customer has filled in their information from their end, they can actually apply or submit it as e-invoice for that transaction. So this is actually convenient tools that we invented to cater different types of scenario. So let me just share a story with you. So here is Alan, very handsome guy here. And this is the shopkeeper. Don't get me wrong, this is the shopkeeper. Okay, so Alan come here on his girlfriend order, saying that the girlfriend saying, oh, can you go and buy a laptop for me? Didn't say what is the reason, no purpose. And then Alan say, okay, no choice. He goes to this advanced computer store and then buy a laptop from this shopkeeper. So what they will encounter is the shopkeeper would definitely ask, do you need an e-invoice? After e-invoice era, definitely everyone will ask you, do you need an e-invoice or not? Currently, Alan doesn't know because the order from his girlfriend only say that buy a laptop. Yeah, so currently he say, maybe not first lah. You just issue me a normal invoice can already. Okay, so Alan go back lah. Going back, Miss Adeline here, the girlfriend of Alan, saying that I need e-invoice lah because it's for company usage. I need to claim from company. Okay. Then Alan, I didn't say early or okay lah. Then I have to travel back to Advanced Computers and Neighborhood to get the e-invoice from the computer store. Okay, so I see they have to travel back and forth. Very mafan, no? Very troublesome. So going back to the store, it said, hey, long queue, got promotion. Business very good. And then after he stays there for a while and then only realize the long queue is actually for the customer. They are queuing up to request for e-invoice also, like himself. Travel back to the store to request for e-invoice. Everyone is waiting. Why? Because you can see that everyone, your face very dark. Everyone is not happy with the waiting because each of the customer would take 5 to 10 minutes, maybe even longer to fill up their tax information and then request for e-invoice. Everyone is not happy. You can see that waiting until already, everyone is already. And then here, why? Because they can only issue the e-invoice directly from the computer, that computer only, because they are using the window-based. That's what we call a local server Windows application. Because when you are using this type of application, right, one of the feature is that you can only access your server from certain computers. From those computers that has installed with the system plus, they can connect to the server. Then only they can access to the accounting system, only they can issue out e-invoice. They are compliant with e-invoice, but then it's not convenient enough. So right now, they have to do that lah. So next time when Alan wants to buy anything computer related again, probably he won't go to advanced computer anymore because of the bad experience. So so here he go because of the he still need to buy laptop even though advanced computer doesn't meet his requirement. So he go and survey. He found out that the next door only best tech computer is using AI and a cloud-based accounting system. Q&E AI cloud accounting. This time he choose to buy from this because they are using AI cloud accounting. So what's the difference? The shopkeeper doesn't ask whether you need an e-invoice or not. They just issue Alan a normal invoice, but then with a QR code like this. So the shopkeeper just let them know lah. Whenever you need to apply for e-invoice, you don't have to come back here. Just scan the QR code, fill out your information, and then click on submitted. You can get your e-invoice directly from the portal. That's all. And then at the same time, the shopkeeper, the best tech here, the e-invoice status will be changed to valid or invalid, like if the information is wrong. It will be changed to valid automatically at their end. So both sides will get the same result. They will get the e-invoice validated information and so on. So this is the automation that we have done for you. So if it's for you, you are Alan, which method you prefer? The first one, you will need to go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot of steps. You need to travel back and forth. If you are in KL, Selangor, Lagi Teruk, you have to be super jammed to go to one places. Or the second one, you just do everything when you're convenient at your home, when you have time. Definitely the second one, right? The second one is very convenient. Okay, so this is the features that we are actually developing for Q&E cloud accounting, and also Optimum if you are subscribing to database cloud hosting. All right, so this is actually the issuance portal that I mentioned just now. After scan, you come across this, fill up your information, just click the button here, and then you can actually just directly download the e-invoice from your end. Okay, and of course, Alan is happy lah. A very big thumbs up for Best Tech and also the AI Cloud features that they have. All right, so let's go through one more. Wait, before I go.
Wondering how an accounting software can...
Okay, before I go there, you have a question here. The invoice is generated by IRB or by, how can I say that? The e-invoice will be validated by the IRB, but the e-invoice format will be based on the company's customization. The format that will be provided with the QR code placed, that one will be downloaded by the customer's end, which means that the validation is done by customer, but then when the customer click on download for the e-invoice, it will be the report format that is customized by the user with the QR code. Can you understand? So I cannot say it's generated by e-invoice. It will be misleading. The e-invoice is definitely validated by IRB, but then the report format will be generated by the company or the database that is the seller. Okay, so let's just go through this video again.
Help your business generate e-invoice in an instant and be ready for the future implementation of e-invoice by LHDN. Wondering how an accounting software can help your business generate e-invoice in an instant and be ready for the future implementation of e-invoice by LHDN?
Okay. Hold on.
Wondering how an accounting software can logging into your how to issue an e-invoice module, you can easily generate e-invoice ready receipts to your buyer. Wondering how an accounting software can help your business generate e-invoice in an instant and be ready for the future implementation of e-invoice by LHDN? Introducing Q&E AI Cloud Accounting's e-invoice module. With Q&E AI Cloud Accounting's e-invoice module, you can easily generate e-invoice ready receipts to your buyers in just a few clicks. In this video, we will show you how to issue an e-invoice validated by LHDN to your buyer instantly. First, log into Q&E AI Cloud Accounting. After logging into your account, go to the Sales module and select Cash Sales. In Cash Sales listing page, click on the Add button to create a new transaction, then fill up the cash sales transaction details. After you have filled up the cash sales details, click Save. Then, on the three-dot button, choose E-Invoice. The system will pop up a screen saying, Issue E-Invoice to Buyer. If you can secure the necessary e-invoice details from the buyer right away, you have the option to take some time to input the details and immediately initiate a request for an LHDN e-invoice. They need to provide details such as TIN, registration number, address, contact number, email, and SST registration number. Enter all the necessary information and click Apply for e-invoice. The system will submit it to LHDN for validation. And once validated by LHDN, the buyer can now download the e-invoice. Click on the downloaded file to open the e-invoice. And there you have it, your customer's very own official e-invoice copy. However, there are instances that our buyer do not prefer to request the validated e-invoice from LHDN right away due to the following reasons. First, buyers may not be able to provide the necessary e-invoice details right away. Second, buyers don't want to request the invoice right away, as is it not yet needed. And third, to enhance operational efficiency, the seller would rather avoid spending time requesting and waiting for the required e-invoice details. Instead, they prefer to allow the buyer to take their own time and request the e-invoice directly from LHDN. Thus, it is necessary to allow the buyer to request an e-invoice after the transaction has been processed. Let us show you how you can do that in Q&E AI Cloud Accounting software. Thanks to the cloud capabilities of Q&E AI Cloud Accounting, users can generate invoices containing a QR code, enabling their buyers to effortlessly request a validated LHDN e-invoice using the standard invoices produced within the Q&E AI Cloud Accounting platform. Buyers can simply scan the QR code located at the top right of the invoice provided, that the request will be made in the same calendar month as the actual transaction. Once they scan the QR code or click the provided link, they will be directed to the e-invoice issuance portal. Fill up the details and click Apply for e-invoice. Generate and provide e-invoice to your buyers quickly and easily with Q&E AI Cloud Accounting. Follow us on our social media accounts to get the latest information about the e-invoice features of Q&E AI Cloud Accounting. Q&E AI Cloud Accounting, your partner in ensuring LHDN e-invoice compliance.
All right. Okay. Okay. All right. So this is also the same questions that I think I answer. Oh my God. Hold on. I answer just now, right? So if the customer does not give you tax information or they does not request any e-invoice from you, you can always do consolidated using the general tax information, right? If the customer requests for e-invoice, definitely you issue a normal e-invoice, depending on the customer's requirement actually. All right, so another not really AI, but it's automation that we have done in Q&E AI Cloud Accounting is the auto bank feed and also auto bank reconciliation. So the bank automation that we have, we other than UOB, we also have CIMB ready in the auto bank recon template here. So if the template is not available in bank statement, you can always go to Q&A template for a general one. Just make sure that the bank statement that you receive or you download from your bank portal is CSV, not really CSV, as long as you can copy paste. After you can just copy the information from there and then paste in our Q&A template here to do auto bank recon. All right, so this is an offer, exclusive offer. So we are selling things, okay. So this is actually for Q&A aircraft accounting. If you wanted to know a lot more about Q&A aircraft accounting, we actually offers a hands-on training with value at 350. We just go through with you how you can customize, how you can do a full set account using Q&A aircraft accounting, which includes all these modules here. Other than that, this you will also be the first batch to actually experience e-invoice module. All these, the features that we mentioned just now, will be available in our Q&A aircraft accounting first for you to experience, for you to play around. Okay, so you can actually just experience that the first hand, even before Optimum. Okay, so and to do that is only worth 350 for all our attendees today. If you register or you submit your interest today, you will also be required. You also get an assessment, pay to get assessed. Not really lah. This assessment is actually after we have go through the training just now, right? You will be given an assessment. If you pass, you will get a certificate, definitely. If not, why we want to take exam, right? Get a certificate, and then you will also get a 6 months Q&A aircraft accounting subscription license on any plan you choose. So this one is valued at 700 something lah. So total worth is actually 1,000 over. But right now, if today you show your interest in the QR code here, just scan the QR code and then submit your interest. The inside also involve the rating or the survey satisfaction on this webinar. Also, you can answer that also. If you show your interest to this hands-on training, let us know. The whole package will be worth of 350 only for the attendees today. So welcome. Just if you show interest, keep a name here. You haven't decided yet, it's also okay. Just reserve the space first. Yeah, so once you decided, and then you can do payment later on. We will contact each of you for the requirement. And then there are certain questions you can actually answer there. And if you have any other requirements you want to let us know, you can also type in the space. And anything you need to, you can contact us via this form directly. So you welcome to scan the QR code. All right, so no, don't worry, later I will show the QR code again. So currently it's time for hold on. Okay, it's time for lucky draw. Okay, hold on. Let me share my screen again. Please give me 2 minutes. Let me configure this one. Okay. All right, hold on. Okay, why is it not showing? Okay, okay, okay. All right, can you see my screen? Can you guys see my screen? Can I? So, it's time to spin now. Can you see your name here? I think some of it, and I see some Korean, and I'm not sure if it's okay, but never mind. Okay, let's start our spinning today. Wow, I have sound also. Nuha, Nabila. Okay, awesome, awesome. Let me screenshot this one first. Congratulations, Nuha. So, are you guys here? Are you here? And why is it empty? Is Nuha here? Okay, let's go back to our screen here. So, just now, we will contact you, Nuha Nabila, the winner just now, Nuha Nabila, via Facebook. So please take note of this. And here is the same QR code, the same QR code. To if you are interested to join the hands-on training, you can do that anytime you want. And not anytime you want, just today lah. And then also, this is also a survey form for you to leave your comments, your rating about today's webinar. So anytime, let us know. So while you are scanning the QR code, let me just see if I miss out any. So I think some of my we have answered that in the chat also. Scan available in Optimum. I think it's only available in Q&A AI Cloud accounting, not in Optimum. And e-invoice, no, e-invoice does not come with serial number module. E-invoice does not come with serial number. And Jen asking about e-invoice issue under company name or individual. Depending on the customer, what the customer fill out will be the tax information in your e-invoice. But then the posting will still post to the same customer code. Like you don't have to worry about the posting in accounting. It will still be the same one. E-invoice also include the stock parts. That will be the next step of our AI development. So in currently it only includes supplier bill and also payment voucher. So the next up we will include also purchase invoice. So means it will link to stock also lah. All right, till month end, we need to issue consolidated e-invoice for all the normal invoice, but how do we know customer have requested? So if you are using the e-invoice QR that I show you just now in Q&A AI Cloud, once the customer click on apply for e-invoice, the button, the system will change also. Because the customer is actually submitting the e-invoice on your behalf already for that transaction. And then our system will change, status will be changed at the same time. So when you are submitting consolidated e-invoice for those customers that does not require e-invoice, we will exclude those e-invoice that already submitted. So don't have to worry about you will double submit lah. Those submitted will not be included in your consolidated e-invoice when you are submitting for your consolidated e-invoice. Okay. Any other questions? I will leave the QR code here for a while. So until 1 p.m. and then we'll end the whole stream. Anytime the video I think will be staying in our YouTube channel for forever. I think it's forever. So anytime you want to review back, you can come back to our YouTube channel anytime. Subscribe our YouTube channel also can. The videos that I shared just now in our Q&A AI Cloud Accounting is also available in our YouTube channel. So anytime you can go back and watch back the video lah. Any other questions? I will stay here until 1 p.m. So if you have any questions or welcome to ask, and you can scan the QR code And if you are hungry now, please feel free to leave for your lunch. I'm really sorry. Today is longer than other streams also. We have this kind of webinars for 3 times: one Chinese, English, and also one Chinese, one Malay, and one English. So English is the last in this series. So all the live videos is available in our channels live. You can always refer back if you want to listen to Chinese. But Chinese one have one shortcoming because our webinar was in 4th of April. It was organized in 4th of April. So and then they have a new version of guideline released on 6th of April. So just 2 days apart, and then there are some changes. It's not mentioned in 4th of April webinars for the Chinese one. So when is the Chinese? The Chinese already passed off. You can refer back to the live video in our channel. Our channel, right? You go to the channel, and then there is one live tab. Click on the live, and then you can actually see all 3 videos. Hold on, I'll see if I can find the links here. Hold on. Okay, so but this one I really need to let you know, because here is I think my colleague shared the link already. So but then the Chinese one is lack of some changes because it's based on the previous version, because my webinar is on 4th of April, right? The changes the first thing is about email become optional field. Why you want me to let me review again? Okay, so taxpayers can be self-bill consolidated. Tax individual taxpayers type self-bill, and also interest payment type of self-bill can use consolidated to submit. That's the second one. But no further information or details about this. So this one, even though they say it changes, but we are not sure how they are going to do that. And then what else? Let me interest payment. Interest payment have some exception. And the first thing is about if the employee is loaning money from the employer, and they have interest charges, right? And then the employee pays interest back to the employer for the loan that they have. Then this one is not required to do self-bill, because that is income. And then if you receive interest payment from foreign payer, from foreigner, that also not requires to do self-bill, because those two are income. And then one thing to be take note is about interest payment. If you are lending money from your holding company, means you are related in one way or another, or you're loaning money from your father, from your mother. But then due to the Corruption Act, you have to make sure that you are actually charging markets rate interest for the money that you loan from this related person. So the markets rate should be the same. For this type of interest payment, right, you need to, if you are the one that is loaning money, right, you need to make sure that the interest the interest that is charged by the holding company to you need to issue a self-bill. But other than that, if it's a loan product like a mortgage, then for that one, right, bank will take care of the interest that they will charge you in a statement type of e-invoice. So if you are loaning from bank, you don't have to worry about the self-billing of this interest payment. But if you are loaning from a party that is somewhat related to you, for example, your holding company, you are loaning from your holding company, you are loaning from your father, from your mother, from any other party, and then it's used for your business, and then you have an agreement things like that. And then to ensure there are no corruption and whatsoever, the interest that the one that is giving you the loan they will charge you the interest rate of following the market rate. For example, if the bank charge a business loan to a business is 3.75% per annum per year, when I loan for my group, for my holding company, the interest rate that they charge us should be the similar or same interest rate. So that is one thing. But then the e-invoice treatment for these two party, because of the loaning party is different, the e-invoice treatment is also different. If I loan from bank, because bank is actually giving out the loan as one of their product, is their main source of income, also is their source of income. So they will, so in this case, bank will actually issue e-invoice for this interest payment. But if the group company is lending money to their sub company, because they are related, they are helping the company. So this one, because the loan is not their main product, it's not what they do for living. So in this case, they will have a loan agreement or some sort of that. In the interest payment that is charged by the holding company to the sub company, the sub company will need to issue a self-billed e-invoice to capture these expenses, this interest payment. You understand? So this is the latest edition that is included in the latest release. What else? Let me think. I forgot already. I think the biggest changes are those. Other than that, it's still the same. Another 3 minutes. Anyone? Any questions? But the Chinese one doesn't cover this. That's why just 2 days apart, and then they release a new version, and then my but most of the information is still the same lah. Only that information that the information that I shared with you just now, those changes is not included in the Chinese version one. So let me know what you think about today's event using the QR code here. Welcome. You are welcome. There's still a lot still online with us, or you're just opening the video without listening to me. Oh, suddenly dropped to 91. Oh my gosh. Anyway, we are ending the stream today. About 2 minutes. So if you have any comments you want to leave, use the QR code, use the Facebook post, anything. If you want to compliment me, you say I did well, or I did not so well, let me know also. We're happy to receive constructive feedback from any of you. Awesome to have you guys with us this whole morning. Actually, the time was actually not 2 hours. Really sorry for the delay. But I'll still do this again because there's a lot of information what we wanted to share with all of our users, to all of you, because it's really important as a business, especially when it's tax related. If you are not careful enough, you will get fined easily. And then especially for MSME, SMEs, one time you're gonna find it will be very fatal to them also. So definitely spread the words, let them know e-invoice is coming. And all the taxpayers need to comply with e-invoice starting from July 2025. The big company, definitely they don't have to worry because they have a system. They are aware of this kind of news. But what we are actually worrying about is those from like what you have mentioned, hawker store, those small businesses. They registered, but then they didn't know they need to comply with e-invoice. But then that would be not a very good thing to them lah. So let them know. We can share the whole 4 hours thing to them if you want, or the information about e-invoice, or you can let them know lah. So next time when we have another e-invoice or seminars, you can share to them, ask them to come listen to the knowledge of e-invoice. No wrong lah, because it's government's initiative also. Okay, so it's 1 p.m. already. Thank you so much for staying up until the end. I still have 100 people over here. So thank you so much for staying with us. Even though I don't know whether you're still here or not, or you're just opening up the video. But anyway, thank you very much. Hope to see you guys sooner. If you went to MIM next week, I will be there also. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. See my. Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Go have your lunch. Go have your lunch. Bye. Bye.